views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the hosts, guests, and participants, and do not necessarily reflect the official policies or positions of City World Media, LLC, or its affiliates. All shows are produced with full participant consent. City World Media does not claim ownership of any third-party music featured and uses all tracks only with proper permissions or licenses granted by their respective rights holders. City World Media operates in accordance with fair use and digital broadcast guidelines on all platforms. From my city to your world, we are City World. Thank you for watching.
Johnny!
Fuck that.
It's time for Armageddon.
Arm yourself, cause Armageddon is mad. Count down to Armageddon. Consider yourselves. The base is all loaded, the fans are on their feet. I step up to the plate and crack the back to the beat. Backpacks full of heat, full retreat. When I pull the wool from sheep, all my people about to rally real deep. Like the 92 riots in the violent Cali streets. It's the silent side of me that's more psycho than the beast. East Coaster, nasty as fucking eat chocha. Freak soaker, sleeping over with my feet up on the sofa. So phenomenal, abdominable snowman skin tone. I'm stepping off a sailboat, hair looking windblown. Cobra Kai villain feet sweeping your shin bone. The sound of me clapping your bitch cheeks, my ringtone. About to go assault, you little cowards throw assault. Cause my heart's so empty like Al Capone's vault. Catapult, flaming boulders that smolder, aiming at soldiers. Better pray to Jehovah cause the soft days are over.
It's time for Armageddon.
Arm yourself cause Armageddon is mad. Count down to Armageddon. Consider yourselves.
Stamp them every letter, amputate them with a syllable. My imagination leaving lacerations on your physical. Your fabrication is assassination, we despicable. I cause floods when I'm graphing pages, it gets biblical. Hardcore snapping these rappers faster than poster boards. I'm like some Alexander the Great. Don't wanna go to war, the overlord, throw them overboard. My vocal cords possessed by the devil, you can't test me, you know the score. They said you was dope, at best you a joke. Every second I'll be penning reprehensible quotes. Ain't ready for smoke, I hit you like a fentanyl dose. Legendary flow, step to me, you left with no post. Know my lyrics fatal, each breath is like a tornado. Get strained with a microphone cable, say I'm unstable. Saliva so purine, the purest best shut your cake hole. Now lay low, better watch your spirit like you J. Cole. It's time for Armageddon.
Arm yourself cause Armageddon is mad. Count down to Armageddon. Consider yourselves.
I rock with a Glock 4, like I was Bon Jovi. Exotic leather holster, keep the llama cozy. I'm efficient with the fish scale. Master electrician, no fiction, I know the plug well. Oh, use a thug well, I'ma let you in on a secret. It's only one hell, and I'ma send your ass to it by sending 3 at your forehead and get a high five from that 666 guy. Potato on my barrel, gon' be French fries. How else you think I rap like this? This is a demon speaking, he patrollers with makeshift nunchucks from Wii controllers. Spoil your meat, bash your head in with a toilet seat. The gold commode at the royal suite, make sure your voice to see. Remote weapons with details to make the little umbrella pop out your cocktail. Shoot up through your nostril. Go to your bitch ass show, wait till you get on stage then. I eliminate your patrons with a chemical agent.
It's time for Armageddon.
Arm yourself cause Armageddon is mad. Count down to Armageddon.
What's good? What's good? What's goody, man? It's your buzzing cousin Ghost Boogie. We back again for another episode, second episode of the week with B-Boys Underground, man. Tonight is a special night. We've got an artist that I truly, truly fuck with and appreciate everything that he has done thus far and the stuff that he has coming up. It's the one and only Jim Alexander. He comes from the Strong Island. Jim's story carries a lot more than music. He grew up moving through different homes, different environments, and different versions of what stability was supposed to look like. Hip-hop became the place where he found identity, discipline, and a voice of his own, something that I very much can relate to, and has been something that has personally saved my life, man. He started writing young, recording as a teenager, battling locally, and learning through experience. Some of those experiences came with real consequences, in an addiction, financial pressure, broken relationships, and the loss of people that he loved became part of his life long before the larger opportunities arrived. Through it all, he kept working. Jim became part of Faded Kings, built Made for Kings record, developed his own visual work through Jim's graphics, and created platforms that document music and the people behind it. His catalog now includes records with Apathy, Celph Titled, Benny the Butcher, Sticky Fingers, Gore-Tex, DJ TMB, Stryke, Lex Montero, Chin Chen, and others. Those names matter, but they are not the full measure of his work. What stands out is the structure he built around himself. He writes records, designs, produces, preserves history, and controls how his work reaches the public. That kind of independence does not happen by accident at all. It comes from years of being overlooked, learning hard lessons, and deciding to take responsibility for the full vision. Jim has also been open about the people who helped shape him, especially his mother, his father, his teacher, Janine, his friend Sal, and members of the Faded Kings family. Their influence runs through the person and artist he is today. You know what? Tonight, y'all, we've got a special one. We've got the one and only Jim Alexander. So without further ado, let me bring him on screen. Jim, welcome to the show.
Peace. What up, everybody? You're tuned in to B-Boys Underground with my homeboy Ghost Boogie.
Yo, salute, man. Really appreciate you, and thank you so much for joining. And we got to give you the... Yeah. So what we just heard was Armageddon, man. And I just got to say, that's been one of my favorite songs I've been listening to nonstop since, basically, shout out to Gorilla Strong for linking up this interview. Much love to my brother right there.
Yeah, Gorilla Strong. Peace, my brother.
Yeah, man. We have Red Boy in the house, Herbs One, super dope beat maker right there. And of course, Vinny in the house and everybody lurking across all the different platforms. But what I wanted to do was what we always do here is ask the artist to kind of set the table in regards to what it is that we just heard, because it's very seldom that an artist gets an opportunity to speak directly to the folks listening to it for the 1,000th time, and I can't talk right now, or the first time. And what I'd like for you to do is share a little bit of backstory about that song, but also I want to get into the mind of Anota and ask you, what was going on in your head, if there's any type of backstories or any dope stories, but also what influenced you to write that song? What is the personal connection with that song and everything to you?
So that record, believe it or not, it took a year to put together.
A year
to put together. So the beat is produced by my brother Johnny Slash. So shout out to Johnny Slash. I had reached out to Apathy at first, and I was like, hey, man, I got a dope record. I only hear you and Celph on it, so I want to get you guys and put you guys as a feature for my album. And Apathy, shout out to Apathy, man. Apathy's a real dude.
Like, he wasn't playing no backstage shit and like taking weeks to hit me up. He hit me up right away and he was like, yo, beat's dope. He's like, let's make something happen.
Fuck yeah.
And Apathy is probably one of the easiest MCs that I've ever worked with.
Really?
Because 9 times out of 10, you'll get like MCs that they'll get the record and then it'll take them like months.
Right.
Just to record the verses. Apathy did it within like 2 weeks. Sent me the verse right over. And the one thing that I wanted to do was I made sure I wrote my verse before I heard him and Celph.
That was a question that I had queued up for you about that. Was like, all right, explain the process. If you like, waited to the end till everybody submitted their stuff or rewrote it. So what you're saying is you had all your stuff done and locked before you heard theirs.
Yeah, because I'm like, yo, these are the gods, man. This is demigods. So I'm like,
yes,
I can't have my big brothers and listen to their verses and have it as the influence because I want my verse to stand out as well.
Yeah, okay. You there? Or did he freeze? Okay, gotcha. We got you now. Yeah.
So I love multi-syllable rhyme play. So with that in particular, I rewrote my verse, and no lie, 20 different times. Because I was like, all right, I got to make sure this stands out so people don't say, oh, this is an Apathy record or this is a self-titled record. It's like, nah, this is a Jem Alexander record featuring Apathy and Self-Titled. And shout out to my brother DJ TMB on the cuts. That was
sick.
That molded it all together because when we were in the studio, I'm like, all right, I got a hook written. I'm listening to the hook after I recorded it. I'm like, yeah, this is whack. I can't use this. So I hit up TJ TMB and I was like, yo, I got this record. I need you to do some cuts. The first thing I told him was the title of it. And he was like, word, I could do that. And I was like, oh, by the way, Apathy and Self-Titled were on this too. And he goes, oh, yeah, no pressure then, right? He's like, oh, yo,
right.
you're just
no
getting
pressure.
Apathy and Self on a record. Okay. But when he put those together, I was like, yo, this is it. I'm like, this is crazy. And the thing with me is that every time I hear records that I'm specifically writing to, it's either I hear features or I only hear me. So the second that I heard that instrumental, I was like, yo, immediately Apathy and Self-Titled.
Dope. Yeah, I mean, so did you have the concept ahead of time when you heard the beat? Was there something about the beat that made you come up with the concept, like in even Armageddon? Actually,
that's a funny story too. So when I had gotten the beat, originally the concept was going to be, and I don't know if some people will know this, if you've seen the Predator movies.
Absolutely.
Originally, it was going to be called Hunting Season. And it was supposed to be a play on Berserker, Tracker, and Falconer. So I was going to essentially use us three as if we were the Bad Blood Predators. So my best friend and my manager, Brendan, we're like smoking, we're talking. He's like, yo, you can't really use that because of copyrights. And I was like, fuck. I was like, yo, you're right.
That would actually trigger, even if it was a song, it still would have triggered some copyrights.
Yeah, it still would have triggered because the whole thing was, I'll send you, after we do this interview, I'll send you the original that nobody saw the cover art for it.
Oh, I want to see that, yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. I spent like at least 10 hours just trying to put it all together.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, we're on Discord and we're just chilling. I'm smoking. He's talking with me. And then I can't remember if it was him who said it or if I said it, but somewhere one of us said, yo, what about Armageddon? And when I thought about the name, immediately when I saw Armageddon, the name, sorry, I saw the Demigods logo. I was like, yo, that would be perfect. I told him, I was like, yo, all good and love, my brother. I got some work to do. I signed right the fuck off. And I started getting to work. And then I started falling in love with the idea of Armageddon. I was like, yo, like this is a stadium type music. This is something that if you do it live, this will rock a crowd.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I'm getting into that concept. And then in the spot that I'm at now, I was pacing back and forth, writing verses, listening to that beat like it was an addiction. I'm like, I can't get enough of this. And then finally, after like probably the 18th time I wrote, I was like, all right, this is it. Because every time I was writing, I was trying to come off really strong, but I felt like I was pushing myself too much. I was like, yo, let me just lay back. Let me just listen to the beat and just whatever comes to me, whatever comes to me. And the first lines was, stab him every letter, amputate him with a syllable, my imagination leaving lacerations on your physical. Because I was like, I want my verse, when people listen, to be like, yo, I got to rewind this. Like, I got to re-listen to what he just said. And that's what I thrive every time I write records. I'm an MC. I'm a rapper, but I am an MC. I thrive off lyricism.
Hell yeah. And you can tell, I mean, pretty much when you listen to your entire catalog and everything like that, I mean, you've had and been, and like, especially you've on that one, you absolutely carried your own with Apathy and Celph Titled. And that's not your first time being with them either, you know, but like, you know, like there wasn't anything where it was like, you held your own on that one, my brother, for real.
Thank
like
you,
that,
my brother.
Yeah. Basically, man, so what we want to do, and I didn't actually give you a heads up, but here's what I want. We always ask, like we always do about this time, we always ask the first question. The first question always starts and sets the foundation, which is the foundation of your career and your life and what shaped and made you and molded you to get you here to this point here today, which is, I need you to give me the first memory that you have associated with hip hop. And if the first or a couple memories that you have associated with hip hop, that's dope too. But you know, ultimately what I'm looking for is the moment that it really put you on the course, that it was like, this is something that I am going to do. And this is something that I can't get enough of, and all of that. Please share that with us.
Absolutely. So the first time I'd ever heard a hip hop record, it was off of The Great Adventures of Slick Rick, and it was children's stories.
Oh shit. Yes, sir.
That was when I first heard it. I played it so many times because I wanted to memorize it. I was like, yo, what is this guy doing? And everybody knows Slick Rick is the king of storytelling.
Yes, sir.
So I'm listening to that record, and then I would constantly recite it all day, every day, just keep doing it. And then it got to a point where I was changing the words around, and I started getting interested. I was like, oh, I'm like, you know, maybe I could do this. Maybe I could write my own songs. Now, you got to remember, I'm 10 years old. I don't know how to write a song for shit. So once that came into play, then I started really digging in the crates. And then the second song I had ever heard of was off of Redman's There Is a Dark Side album, Can't Wait. So then when I started getting into Redman, I was like, yo, this guy's dope. I'm like, he doesn't care what anybody thinks. He's just being him.
Yeah.
And I can remember, I'm like, probably like 12, 13 at this point. And the first line that he says in that, he goes, roar, roar, like I had cerebral palsy. And my mom can hear me saying this. So she's wondering what I'm doing. And during that, but like, God bless my mother. I love my mother to death. But at this point, you know, people would say like, oh, rap's a phase, that rap crap shit. And it was like, why are you guys hating on it? What'd you say?
That was my father.
Yeah. Because, like, you know what's crazy? My mother, she loved rock and roll, but she
Yeah.
also loved R&B. Like, I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan.
So
I love Boyz II Men.
Are you Michael over Prince? Since you brought it up, I had to ask the question.
I mean, I can't choose between the brothers because, you know, Prince does his thing, Michael does his thing. But now, if I had to sit in a room with either one of them,
who would you want to meet the most and ask questions?
It would have to be Michael.
Okay.
It would have to be Michael. Prince, I would want to sit and ask Prince about the business side.
Okay.
Because he was so ahead of his time when it came to that. With Michael, it was like he was so intricate in how he did songwriting and how he heard things. So I would want to pick his brain in that. I'd be like, yo, how did you get this melody? Where were you when you heard this? So, you know, give him that. My mother loved those type of artists. Once rap came into the picture, it was kind of hard for her to understand it.
Got you.
During that, so then right after I heard Redman, then another MC that inspired me was Craig Mack.
Gotcha.
And Craig is right from my neighborhood.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah. So, and I also, shout out to Charlie Murata.
Salute.
That was his engineer and one of his closest friends.
Okay.
I record over there from time to time too. So shout out to Uncle Charlie.
Uncle Charlie.
So Craig Mack, to me, he had the dopest voice and his flowing cadence was just smooth.
Yes.
Like, what was it? His, not Flavor in the Ear. It was Get Down.
Okay. Yeah.
Bro, I played that record like it was my job.
Okay.
It was just, I fell in love with how he wrote and how he would put things together. So, given that, those are like the three core MCs that molded me into the man that I am today.
That's dope, man. So that's a hell of a list. And question for you, man, because you know you mentioned Craig Mack, and it's such a bittersweet story, man, as far as what happened and how the shit went down, you know, at Bad Boy and everything with him. And he had such a promising career, and like, you know, when Flavor dropped, and I mean, that's all, especially with the beat and everything like that. It just, you know, that was played nonstop, playing in the clubs, playing at party. You had, everybody wanted to hear that, you know. And then, you know, business happened. And unfortunately, you know, and then he had to go through everything that he had to go through. And I think it's unfortunate. Is one of those stories that, you know, it's, you see the rise and the fall, or you see the promising, and, you know, people call people one-hit wonders or something like that because, you know, they didn't ever get the actual push that they needed after their initial single. They never got the opportunity, right? But they still had quality material. So, yeah, man, like, mad love to Craig Mack, you know, but, so, and Redman, man, I mean, that's Reggie Noble, man.
Yo, another thing maybe people might not know. Reggie, I think it was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I released a joint called All I Need, I Get High. And
yes,
if you watch the music
video. I love that video. We can play that a little bit later.
Yeah. Everybody in that video is like all my closest friends. So I had reached out to Reggie because I wanted him to hear the song, and I just wanted to get his feedback on it. So I sent him the joint, and I think it was like maybe like a month later, all of a sudden I get a video in my email, and it's Redman promoting my single.
Wow.
And he even said, like, bro, he held nothing back. He's sitting there and he's like, yo, I want my bag of weed before this drop, you fucking asshole. He's calling me an onion head and shit. I'm like, yo, this is Reggie.
Hell
I
yeah.
remember exactly where I was. I'm at my 9 to 5. I'm under this truck, and as soon as I see it, I slam my head right under, and I'm like, oh my God. But I was so happy, my adrenaline was running.
Yeah.
I didn't care.
Yeah, I mean, that had to have been like, you know, in itself, confirmation and validation as far as like, got that cosign.
I was inside. The 14-year-old in me was jumping up and down, running miles. But I'm like, I'm at work. I got to keep my composure. And then as soon as I went outside, I'm smoking a cigarette. I'm watching that video over and over again. I'm sending it to my mother. I'm sending it to all my boys. I'm like, yo, you guys will not believe what I just got. And I posted it. You know, I gave him his flowers. Because, yo, if Redman didn't exist, I wouldn't be here.
Wow.
I wouldn't. If it wasn't for Redman, Craig Mack, Slick Rick, and I got to give a shout out to my uncle Lex Montero. If it wasn't for those MCs, I would never have started rapping.
Yeah, man. I mean, and of course you mentioned, you know, the one and only Slick Rick. I mean, his, like you said, storytelling was amazing. You know, the very first time I heard him, of course, was Lottie Dottie off of the, you know, the show and all of that stuff. And, well, the show and then the B-side for Lottie Dottie. And then, of course, when his album came out, The Adventures of Slick Rick, like, man, that whole album was crazy. And then, you know, with him doing the voices and all of the different stuff, right? He just was, but when Children's Story hit, I mean, that's still a song that you put on and, you know, it goes. It always goes, man. You know what I mean?
Bro, the brother made me want to wear an eye patch.
Hell yeah.
Like, I remember for Halloween one year, I was like, yo, where can I get like a diamond encrusted eye patch?
Right.
They're like, yo, you can't get a diamond encrusted eye patch. So I had my homegirl, I got an eye patch. She glued them all on for me. Yeah. And I had like the fake jewelry, the whole nine. And what really disappointed me was when I went to a party, people were like, yo, are you Flavor Flav? I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm fucking Slick Rick. What are you talking about?
Come on,
but
man.
Again, these were people who probably weren't into hip-hop like that like I was.
Yeah. I mean, totally understand it. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you, do you still have that video? Did you save
I still
it?
got it.
You still got it? Hell yeah. I was going to say, like, you got to make sure that you always got to transfer it and have that backed up in the cloud.
Oh, like, brother, I got a 2 terabyte hard drive with all of my music dating from 2005 all the way till now.
Oh.
And I got a backup just in case that one gets lost.
Absolutely. You always got to have a backup and then back it up to the cloud too until the grid goes down. Nah, man, that's dope, man. And I wanted to ask you also, since you brought him up, wanted to ask you because, you know, doing my research and everything like that, he does come up and you mention him a lot in your life and everything like that. But I wanted to ask, you know, and for the folks that are listening, you know, who was he and how was he and what did he do for you in your life? And especially maybe being a mentor figure and also musically, you know, what did he do for you?
So Redman for me, he was an MC that stood out the most because he didn't go to like the glamorous or like want to be commercial. He was one of those guys that was just, he smoked weed. He loved fat women. He talked about his drawers being dirty. He would always, he wasn't afraid to be himself because in hip hop, certain MCs care about their image a lot. Like the term, like, you won't catch me slacking, meaning like, I'll always have a haircut. I'll always have fly gear on. But Redman, he didn't care. He would wear shower caps. He would have like a dirty roach in his ear. I'm like, yo, like, this guy speaks to me because
his Cribs episode was amazing.
Yo, when he was taking the doorbell And he's like,
Yeah.
yo, you got to do it like this. But see, that's what I'm saying, is that he wasn't Hollywood. He's like, yo, I'm just a dope MC. I live right here in the hood, and this is where I love to be. He didn't
Yeah.
want to be up in, the valleys and buying these expensive cars and doing this. He's like, yo, like, I grew up with nothing. I got a lot of money, but I can still live good and not
Yeah.
waste it on dumb shit. So for
Absolutely.
Redman, I would study every one of his albums, all of his records. I've listened to There Is a Dark Side probably more times than any record in the world. Same thing with Muddy Waters. It's because I didn't want to steal his style, but I wanted to figure out how I can emulate it, but in my own way. And the
Absolutely.
thing with Red is he's one of those MCs that when he's rhyming, you got to rewind it.
Mhm.
You have to. You're just like, yo,
Press
what did he just
rewind
say?
if I didn't blow your mind.
And then even like when he did that joint, what was it? Not Let's Get Dirty with Christina Aguilera, because he had a song called Dirty.
Mhm.
And then he jumped on Christina Aguilera's version of Let's Get Dirty. I was like, all right, so he can still get fly women and he's still being himself. I'm like,
Mhm.
that's what I want to be as an MC. I want all my flaws, everything about me all out there. I'm like, because you can't destroy me. The one thing you can't take from me is my love for hip hop and my lyrical ability.
Hell yeah.
Because when you're a lyricist, it's kind of like having a superpower. You're not gonna find a lot of people who are top tier lyricists. So it's like Superman when he's got the laser eyes. It's like Blade. He has the super healing, the swords. So to me, being a lyricist and an MC was like having a superpower. So it would keep pushing me to always outdo myself in every song and every verse that I would write.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to ask too later on. But like, as far as you listening to those, MCs and everybody that you listen to, how hard was it for you? Like when you said you wanted to be of that caliber and kind of emulate the essence, but not the style, and not be a biter or anything like that. You wanted to be your own, and how hard did you have to, when you initially started writing rhymes at 9, 10 years old, right? And, by 13, you had a book full of rhymes, like how did you go and go over the actual stuff that you were writing and being like, nah, I don't want this sound. Did you ever have to go back and like, this feels a little bit too much on the head, let me go back?
Oh yeah, all the time. And I tell even like up and coming artists, your first rhymes aren't going to be good. That's the whole thing. Is like you wouldn't rush a painting, right?
Right.
You're always trying to perfect it. You're always adding layers. It's the same thing with rhyming. You're constantly interchanging words. You're constantly trying to find that, oh, that's dope, I'm going to do it. So during my writing processes, I would write a lot of styles in Redman. I would write a lot of styles in Slick Rick, Craig Mack. And then after, I say like 4 years, I started to like, okay, now I gotta put this together in my own way. And then during that time, I started noticing like my writing isn't bad, but I could just spit talking shit. Like that's the one thing I don't know how I always got good at, and that's where I fell in love with like battle rap. Because I tell everybody, it's one thing to write a song, it's a
Yeah.
whole nother thing to battle. And a lot of people couldn't understand that. They're like, "Oh, it's just rhyming." No, they're two totally different calibers.
Yes, they are.
So my writing process, I would just write all day, all night. Like, when I was in school, I wasn't paying attention. I was a dumbass teenager. And I would have this green book when I was in middle school. I also draw. So I drew like a dope graffiti Chinese dragon. And I went by the name Alex Lee at that point. Because I'm a huge fan of Bruce Lee movies. And my middle name is actually Lee.
Okay.
So I just took my first name and my middle name. And I was like, yo, I'm Alex Lee, blah, blah, blah. Like, I was like, I got the nunchucks and shit. Like, I was just trying to be like some Wu-Tang shit. But at the same time, I was still developing myself as an artist. And I'll never forget it, man. I wrote at least, I don't know, 60 pages of rhymes, and somebody broke into my locker and stole my book.
Wow.
So when that happened, I started freaking out. I'm like, I've been writing for, weeks and weeks with this. And then not even 2 days later, I get called into the principal's office. And my principal is standing there reading my book. And he's like, what is this? I'm like, they're rhymes. He's like, what's rhymes? I'm like, they're rap lyrics. Well, whose lyrics are these? Motherfucker, they're mine. What do you think?
Yeah.
And he thought it was a cry for help because of things that I was writing. So he contacts my mother. Your son's talking about this, talking about that. Are there problems at home? I'm like, yo, I'm just finding a way to express myself. But given where I was, people couldn't comprehend. You're writing rhymes at like 12 years old? Like, this doesn't make sense to us. Plus, you got to remember, too, at that point, what was that, 2002? I'm wearing black backwards hats. I got my do-rags on. I'm wearing XX T-shirts, Air Force Ones. I'm looking straight hip-hop. So people are looking at me like, oh, he's just a little thug kid. And they just couldn't comprehend it. So it was like, I mean, God bless my mother for understanding, but it was like, it really bothered me that, like, somebody took it, my principal got it, and he's looking at it as like, I'm having problems at home. But it was like, I couldn't talk to anybody about, like, what was going on in my own head. So I just bled it into the pen and paper.
Yeah.
So.
Did you ever find out who took it?
Nah, that was the thing. I never found out who took it.
And then how in the hell did it get to the principal?
What I'm guessing what happened is they broke into my locker, they read through it, and they just threw it somewhere. So the janitor probably found it, gave it to the principal, because I had pictures of, like, I think it was like 3 of my friends in my notebook, and then I also had, like, album covers that I had printed out in the computer room and posted in there. So, plus, they know my signature. They know how I draw. So, like, okay, this is, gem shit.
I got you, man. That's ill. Moving a little bit forward, like you grew up with a Puerto Rican father and an Irish mother, How did both sides of the family shape your identity, especially given the fact that, you were, I'll use myself as an example, growing up as a white kid and my family, I was the only one, and even extended family that represented or, hip hop or even listened to hip hop and, of course was absolutely infatuated with it and making mixtapes and stuff like that. So I got a lot of hell, you know what I mean? And you had to face challenges on both sides of the track. But, how were you received in your family, as far as your identity?
Well, I mean, music was always on both sides of my family. So my mother, her brother, and my Uncle Gary, he played drums in a rock band. So at my grandfather's, he had the basement, he had vinyl records, CDs, his drum set, everything. So I got introduced to that side with the rock and roll. But then with my father, he liked what is it, DeBarge?
Okay,
Do you remember
yeah,
that?
yeah.
So he
Yeah,
liked
absolutely.
DeBarge. He loved that song Rhythm of the Night.
Yeah.
But he would listen to hip hop, but he particularly liked Styles P of the
Okay.
Locks. For
Yeah.
whatever reason, he loved him. And like, yo, shout out to Styles P. That's the GOAT.
He's
But
nice. Yeah,
yeah.
man. He's one of the
So
goats for real.
with my father too, he also liked R&B as well. Like him and my uncle Timmy, they would, my uncle Timmy would play piano. My father would try to sing. God rest my father's soul, but he would try to sing. So I didn't really get too much shit for loving hip hop and wanting to be a part of it.
Mhm.
It was just, I guess it was hard for my parents to really understand it because they're just like, they thought it was just going to be a phase. They were like, oh, this is going to come and go. And you got to remember, the records and people that I'm listening to, it's underground. It's not mainstream. It's not glamour and gold. It's real gritty, raw shit. So my mother, and this is the reason why I laugh, my mother really just didn't understand it at first. And she would always tell me, like, shut that rap crap off. Like, why can't you listen to this type of music and this type of shit? And eventually, my mother started realizing, like, okay, like, this is something he loves. I'm going to support it. Which is crazy because, to give people an understanding, my mother raised me. My father was constantly in and out of my life. And when I would see him, it would always be, we'd sit and watch the Matrix movies. He was really into, like, Lost in Space. And then with, like, music-wise, like I said, he loved R&B music. He loved rap. But he really loved, like, 70s soul, 80s. Like, that was just his shit.
Okay.
So I never really, like, felt like I was, like, taken away from hip-hop with my parents because, again, they didn't understand it at first, but after they realized, like, all right, after, like, 3 or 4 years, this kid's not giving up on this. So my mother would really encourage me. My father, like I said, he wasn't always around, but when he would hear certain things, he'd be like, yeah, okay, that's good. But my mother would be like, if you're going to go for it, you got to go for it.
Okay, so she encouraged you. Like, she was definitely someone that had you.
Yeah, so the other thing, too, is that one thing I don't know if my mother remembers, but my first ever battle, I was battling some, like, white kid from, I think, Smithtown over here. And I was telling my mother, I'm like, I'm kind of nervous. And I'll never forget it. She's sitting in the kitchen. She's, like, fixing something on my brother's face or whatever. And she was just like, she looks at me dead in my eyes and she was like, just do your best. She's like, have tunnel vision. Do exactly what you need to do. Because, again, she didn't know what battle rap was. But she was like, if you're going to do it, I know you're going to do it great. And just having my mother say that meant a lot to me. I was like, okay, like, she's not telling me, maybe you shouldn't do this. Why don't you go and do this? Why don't you go and do that? So she always did encourage me. But she really started encouraging me when she started seeing, like, okay, my son's got a name. My son's got a buzz. Like, this is something he truly loves. Because I started drawing at the age of 4.
Dope.
So my mother always wanted me to do that. She's like, I want you to do comic book illustration. I want you to paint, all that. And that's the thing. I incorporated that with my music as well.
Okay.
So the fact that, I took all these talents and I'm like, I want to incorporate it into my own vision and I want it to be a part of hip hop.
Yeah.
And she never told me I couldn't do anything. She never told me I couldn't have a career in it. She never told me, oh, you need to go to college, get a degree, and do this. No. My mother was always that person that supported people's dreams. If you can dream it, you can live it.
That is dope, man. Shout out to moms, man.
Shout out to my moms, man. I love you, Mom.
You know, it's so important to have, especially even a parental figure, tell you and instill self-confidence in you, and especially at an age where, you know, you're dealing with, coming of age and going through like the puberty and identity crisis and all of that shit, that all the hormones. And if you got
Yeah.
someone that's in your life that's, speaking life into you and, giving you confidence to be who you are instead of trying to say, don't do this, do that. And, that in itself helps breed self-confidence and then helps you become that much doper of an individual, so
Yeah. And my
salute.
mom dropped a lot of gems on me when I was a kid. Like, and
She even
that's
named you Jim.
well, you know what's crazy? My mother didn't name me that.
Okay.
Actually, it was my friend Kat when I was in high school.
Okay.
Like, so it was my freshman year. I had no friends. All I cared about was writing, smoking, chilling, chasing women, partying. So I met her, and after like I think maybe like 4 weeks of us kicking it, she just randomly told somebody my name was Jem. And I'm like, oh, why do you call him that? And she's like, he's just unique. Like you're not gonna find somebody like him. And after a while, I was like, okay, whatever. And the reason why it's Jem Alexander is because I was always proud of my first name. Because Alexander to me is a very powerful name. You got like
Alexander the
Alexander the
Great.
Great.
Yeah.
Right. So when I came up with that, I was like, Jem Alexander. I'm like, that sounds dope rather than just being Jem. But like before that, I had gone through so many rap names like everybody else had. Like I went by like Alex Lee. At one point, I still am into Tales from the Crypt. I went by the Crypt Keeper, but then
Oh,
I changed it by going to the Crate Keeper
nice.
because I
Yeah.
was like, digging because I love digging in the crate screw. I was always trying to just find a name that would stick with me, and just Jem just always speak to everybody. They were like, "Yo, yeah, that," and then you'll get like the new age kids who are just well, not even new age kids. They'll be like, "Oh, like Jem from the Town." Like the movie? And I was like, nah, that's with a J. I'm like, mine's with a G.
Yeah. I got you. Well, yo, man, that's dope. And shout out to your friend Kat.
Yeah, shout out to Kat, man.
Yeah. Do you still keep up track with her? Touch with her?
Yeah, I mean, we keep in touch every now and then. I mean, being I'm 36 and she's 36, like, she does her own thing, but I always communicate with her, talk with her.
She knows
She's
what
doing
you
good.
do and like follows your career and everything.
Yeah,
like
she
that.
always like pushed me like being an artist.
That's
Um,
great.
But see, that was the thing though. I always had people around me that supported me, but I wasn't supporting myself.
Mm.
I was kind of like, yeah, I'm good at it. I'm like, but I don't think this is gonna really take me anywhere. Like, I'm a young kid in a small town. Like,
Right.
I don't know record labels. I don't know these people. I don't know these people. Like, I'm a small spectrum in this big universe.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like with Kat, there was one night I was partying. I was high and drunk as shit, and she randomly found me, and she just like pulled me out. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm chilling. Like, I'm having a good time." And she's like, "No, you need to be focusing on your music." And I'm like, "Oh, fuck out of here with this shit. Like, I do this, but like, I'm trying to have fun tonight." But I didn't understand it at that point. I had so many people that believed in me more than I believed in myself.
Man, I feel you on that one too, because it's like, you know what? The mind's your worst enemy. Your mind lies to you more than people do. I mean, you got to make sure that you definitely keep your mind in check, and that negative self-speak can really impact your life and
Yeah.
if you let it control you, it'll take you down, right? So
Right.
that's that's important message for all of y'all. That was a gem right there he dropped on you, man, because that is
That's right.
true. Yes. You know, also you described moving through different homes and schools and even economic environments. You know, what did those changes teach you about people? Speaking of like Cat and people that you were associated with and around and stuff like that.
So when I was younger, I lived in a predominantly Spanish and black neighborhoods. So like all my neighbors were Spanish and black. So
Mhm.
growing up in that environment, I never saw color. It was just people.
Right.
Then when I got moved into I mean, it's kind of a small town, but it's predominantly white.
Okay.
So when I'm coming in, talking the way I'm talking, you know, associating with certain types of people, these kids are just like, yo, who the fuck are you? Like this, that, and the third. Like I got bullied for literally dressing hip hop, but also being a biracial child. And these are kids that their parents got money. They live in these big ass homes. They want to be ghetto. They want to be down, but they don't want to go through the actual lifestyle.
Right.
So, like, I show up, like, there's one memory that I have that I will always tell people. And it was my freshman year. I didn't have the best clothes in the world. So, for my birthday, I'll never forget this a day in my life. My mother comes into my bedroom and she's like, listen, I'm going to tell your brother and sister that you're sick. And I'm going to take you to the mall and we're going to get you some clothes. And I was like, yo, word? I was like, Mom, like, all right. Went to the mall. I remember I got a white fitted. I had this like white Jordan like zip up jacket. Then I had like the jacket with the fur on the hood, jeans. I got white Air Force Ones. So I came in the next day looking fly. And that was all thanks to my mother. Now the thing was, because I came in dressing like that, a lot of kids didn't like that. So there was this one asshole. I walk in and immediately he steps on my shoes. Immediately scuffs the front. So in my head, I'm like, okay, you just disrespected. And he's looking at me like I ain't gonna do nothing. Bro, I took that kid by his neck. I headbutt him in the nose. I started going at it with him. I ended up getting suspended. So I had to tell my mom what happened. Now, you have to remember, my mother being a single parent, she would work 2 jobs. She'd be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then she wouldn't be home till 4 or 5 o'clock, make us dinner, go to sleep, and do it all over again.
Yeah.
So I got suspended. My mother didn't know about this at the time because I would go home. This is when, and people can call me old, this is when you had the answering machine, and you could erase the messages. So I didn't want to give my mother a I didn't want to give my mother a worry in the world. So I went home, deleted that message, then went out and hung out with my friends. But that's what I'm saying is these kids had everything given to them.
Yeah.
And the fact that my mother took her hard-earned money and wanted me to be happy and look presentable in the way I wanted to, that meant the most to me in the world.
Yeah. I gotta give a shout out to my moms. I had a similar experience as far as I remember, like, you know, us growing up with the clothes situation. And I remember when the first Jordans came out, and that's how old I am. I turned 50 in March, man. So
God bless you, brother.
Yeah, man. Thank you. But I remember the first Air Force or the Air Jordans came out, and like parents, you know, did everything they could to, you know, keep, you know, do the best they could because they were, you know, teenage, you know, and young parents and stuff like that. And like, I used to have those Kmart shoes, and back in those days, you know, the Kmart shoes were not even as nice as they are now. They were straight like hard plastic and like, you know, generic. And I had like the generic Jordans, and used to get teased about them shits every day.
That was like when I went shopping at what was it? Payless?
Yeah.
The shoe store, yeah, people used to front on that, and I'm like, yo, you get good deals over there.
Yeah. So, and I remember like I had like came home, I was angry, upset, needed shoes, and like my mom like got into an argument with my father because she took me to a store, and she was like, "What shoes do you want?" And it was a real store, and I pointed at the blue and black Jordans because like they had just came out. Nobody in the school had them. I remember I came in the next day, and then people got all eyes on me. You know what I mean? And it was like, it was definitely like one of those things. And then people were fronting on me too and shit. Like, but you know, yeah, I remember I wore those things until I had holes in the toes. My dad was pissed off because at that time, it was like $50 to $75 for some kid shoes. And I just remember riding home, you know, him, and this is like 84, 85, you know, that's a fucking lot of money. So for some youth shy shoes too. So like, yeah, man. Yeah, I understand and can appreciate exactly what it is. Cause you like, you know what it's like when your parents, you know, you see the struggle, the hard work, the challenges growing up in that type of situation. And then when you are able to get something nice, I think people like yourself and I, we appreciate things more than, you know, like you said, average kids that, you know, have shit given to you. And it's like that. If you have to work for it or, you know, you understand the actual financial impact of having something nice, you know, you take care of it way more than people that, so
that was like, because when I remember I got the shoes, I would take my clean socks and I would stuff them in the shoes so it wouldn't get the creases. And it was like I would take the toothbrush and I would clean them every day. Like I made sure those things last me at least 2 years. I was like, because I got to make them last.
Yeah.
Because it's not like I could be like, all right, I ruined them after 6 months. Yo, mom, can you buy me another one? It was like, appreciate that, you know, my mother loves me so much that she's like, I want my son to have what he wants. And if this makes him happy, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it means a whole lot, man. Salute to G-Fresh. There he is. What's good? What's goody? Basically, you know, moving on, you know, growing up in Long Island and basically being around all of that, you know, what would you say, how did Huntington and Long Island, you know, give you or shape you as an MC? You mentioned Craig, you know, Mac, you know, being from your neighborhood and that having a huge impact on you, but like being around in the neighborhood and the people that you were competing with as an MC or trying to, you know, be a part of the local community, how did that shape you?
So there was a store in Long Island called the Cop Shop. And the Cop Shop, even if you look up online, a lot of, you know, dope MCs have been in there, such as, you know, Joe Budden, Cage, Eric Sermon, EPMD, Public Enemy. Like people showed up and would perform. And this guy, Eddie, was the one who ran it. Now, this was the cool thing about Eddie. He loved hip-hop so much that if you had a CD that you pressed up, he would sell it in his store. It didn't even matter if you were signed to a label or not. He didn't care. If you were dope, he would do it. And then he would have freestyles on Fridays. Any MC from anywhere can come up. Other MCs would just chill out. You had the fly girls chilling around. You trying to show off a little bit, drinking the old English glass 40s, smoking blunts, and just chilling. Now, I'm 14 years old. All these guys that I'm seeing going here are 16, 17, 18, 20, 21. So in Long Island, you got dope MCs such as even my people, Stryke, DeMarco, Lex Montero, my boy Steve. I can't remember what name he went by, but that was another person. Also, have you ever heard of Diabolic? Diabolic's from here too. So Long Island is like, everybody is so starved and so hungry, especially MCs. We will go anywhere. It doesn't matter where it is. And we are not afraid of anybody. You tell us to battle somebody, we're going to do it. You're going to pay us to go here and perform, we're going to do it. We're going to put on a show. Plus, over here, there's not really anything else to do. Like, they got boats, there's docks and shit. Then you have, all the major streets and everything is so close. So like everybody knows everybody, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely.
So for Long Island, for me, it's like I have a tattooed right on my hand. I am not ashamed from where I'm from. And it's not just because there's also legends that have lived here and have repped here before. It's if I didn't live here, and I always think about that. When I was 11, I remember my mother wanted to move us to Florida. And I always think about that. Yo, if I would have moved to Florida, would I be here? Would I be here right now, what I'm doing now and in my career? So for Long Island, you got to have tough skin. You have to. If you don't have tough skin, you're not going to make it over here. And even the neighborhoods, like the one thing I loved as a kid growing up, living in Huntington, your neighbors were your friends. My mother would, I hate that I can't remember her name and I love her to death. Because my mom worked, we would get off the bus and we would go to her house and we'd hang out with her and the kids, watch TV, watch Star Wars and shit. And that's how it always works. If we could all help each other out, that's what we did. Then as a teenager, when I moved to Northport, or East Northport, it was just culture shock. It was like, everybody's house is nice. You got a backyard? You got a 2-story house? Like, what?
Right.
So, again, like, for me, I'm proud of the neighborhoods that I grew up in. I'm proud of having this written on my hand that I am from Long Island, that I'm from Strong Island. And honestly, like I said before, if I didn't grow up here, I wouldn't be at this point of my career.
Yeah.
It shaped me into everything and anything. Now, there's certain things that I've done in my life that brought me to this that I'm not happy with. But again, you got to go through trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Long Island, it's a good and a real fucking expensive place to live.
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, man.
Cost of living's crazy there, too.
Yo, New York is just like...
I know New York is ridiculous.
Bro, like...
$2,000 a month. $2,000 a month for a closet.
Yeah, straight up. Yo, if you go on Facebook Marketplace for housing or apartments, you're not going to find anything for less than like $25 to $3,000.
Yep. That's how it is here in Colorado, man. Yeah. And it's small as fuck, too. Yeah. Man, like, for real. But no, that's dope. That I can definitely, I think that, your surroundings definitely shape you as who the person you are in the beginning, and especially when you come from an area where you have to make sure that, fitting in is also getting in where you fit in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing too, is like, as teenagers, I don't care what anybody says, everybody wants to fit in with a crew.
Yep.
So if you're constantly by yourself, I feel those type of kids, because I was that kid, the more time I spent by myself, the more I started understanding myself. It's like, okay, I could do this. I don't have to go do that. Because I wasn't a sportster. Like, I played baseball, a little bit, but it wasn't like my calling. Same thing with like basketball. I like basketball, but that wasn't my calling either. These were just hobbies and things that I liked. But then it was like, when I got my own room, I was able to like put myself in my own world. Like,
Yeah.
you could close that door and you can listen to your favorite record. I don't care what anybody says, because every MC has done this. You got the mirror in front of you. You might be holding something, pretending it's a microphone.
Mhm.
And you could smell the crowd. You could feel that energy. So you're manifesting that into your own world. And a lot of people, even to this day, they're just like, yo, you don't go out, you don't do this, you don't do that. It's because I like my peace, man. I like where I'm at. Like, my home is my canvas, and I can always add to it.
Absolutely. It's nice to be able to have solitude sometimes instead of the chaos.
It's like, yeah, if you want to go out every once in a while, but not do dumb shit, then yeah. But
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, it's like, I like being home. I work. I like to relax. I like to chill out. Maybe sit and watch a cartoon for 20 minutes, and then start working on Photoshop. Like, just being able to be able to control your leisure is the same way how you can control your career.
Yeah.
If you make your passion your paycheck, you can't go wrong.
Yeah. Absolutely. For real. And you can't, in regards to can't go wrong, it basically helps you with your mental health and basically everything in regards to being able to do what it is, find out what it is that you love, and then do it and make a living off of it.
Right.
That's
Even if
huge.
what did Possess say? He said, even though I'm destined to fail, it doesn't diminish my drive. So
That part.
yeah, if you love something, you're not gonna get love without hurt, and you're not gonna get amazing without disappointment.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to get back to the part where, like, when you mentioned, like, when you first started writing rhymes and everything like that, or when you first start doing anything, it's not your best. I mean, not necessarily you say it sucks, but basically it's you trying and learning. And the part that, is most important to people, that, a lot of people don't do things because they're afraid it's going to suck, but you have to realize that you have to learn and you have to start somewhere, and there's the failing is the growth, the learning,
Right.
the progression, putting in the reps, the 10,000 hours, as you say, right? If you don't start, you'll never get to be great, right? Not everybody's just born great.
Well, you know what it is? I think people, and I don't really care for it, is like, I don't look to please others. So it's like, if you want to tell me my shit's whack, that's your opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I just had some guy, it was like last week. I don't go down the wormhole of social media. Like, I post, like, I do what I'm supposed to, but I'm not active like that.
Yeah.
So this cornball goes on YouTube and he comments on a video of the beef between Cage and Eminem.
Okay.
And because I know the guy who made the video and put it together, he's a good friend of mine. He goes by Fat Cage on Instagram and YouTube. Really nice guy. So that this guy comments, he was like, yeah, this this joint is whack on a Anno Domini beat. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll be petty. I'm like, all right, that's your opinion. That's fine. He just keeps going. He's like, you shouldn't have responded. I was just talking about Cage. Now I'm going to talk about you.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, all right, bro. Like, I'm about to find out who you are. So I found out exactly who he was in 5 minutes.
Shit.
I took a screenshot of what he looked like. I was going to post all this shit. I didn't do it. So I hit him up on social media. And exactly what I said was, I don't know if this is really you, but I do believe this is you. Now, I don't know who's spitting your fucking cereal or if your parents didn't love you enough, but why do you have the time of day to disrespect my art and you're promoting yourself as a beat maker? Like, you're already fucking up. Like, you could have just reached out to me. You could have been like, I wouldn't have let him do it, but you could have been like, yo, I like that song, but let me remix the beat to make it sound better.
Yeah.
Shit like that. And then it's like you can develop a relationship. But he just wanted to be petty. He just wanted to be a dick. But that's what I'm saying is like, I don't let things bother me. Because once again, at the end of the day, I've put in my hours. I know I'm a dope MC. I know I'm a great artist. I don't flaunt my accomplishments. I don't rub shit in people's faces. But I have the confidence enough that if you want to go at me lyrically, make the right choice. That's just it, bro. I tell my closest friends, like when I first met them, yo, we can make great shit together. But if you ever think you're going to come at me lyrically, I promise you I will destroy you. Yeah. Because I put in the hours. I've studied the masters. And I'm never going to reach the master level until after I'm gone. The last song will always be the mastered song. That's the way I always look at it. The
Gotcha.
older you get, the more syllables you find, the more flow patterns you find, the deeper you can go into the realm of your mind and intricate and make great songs and just great rhythmic flows.
Yeah. There's the wisdom that comes with it too. I mean, it's the additional hours, the hindsight, you are, if you are wise, you're looking back and learning the lessons that life taught you. So that's important. Correct. Yeah, man. And you brought up Cage, so we've got to ask the question, like with the whole Eminem beef and everything like that, did you get in the middle of that, or did you get any crossfire, or were you in that or anything, or did you ever experience, or like, what was the backstory that Cage,
like having to choose a side?
Choosing a side, but like, anything like that went on, like with you being linked up with Cage, did you ever hear anything like that wasn't necessarily put out there that you could talk about, or like, what was his side of the story? So
with Cage, for some people that don't know, Cage, I first listened to Cage and because he released Radiohead and Agent Orange in 98 and 99. Mm-hmm. I didn't hear him till 2003.
Gotcha.
So when I first heard of Cage, and this is no disrespect to M, but Cage fed my ear more.
Okay.
I liked how he was. I liked his style. I liked the way he did things. And when I found out about Cage, then that's when I dove into the Weathermen, Def Jux. So I was always more of a fan of that side. But I still respected D12. I loved everything M was doing in his early years. Because again, his early years, he was an incredible MC.
Yeah.
And I can't take that away from the guy. Like, he's incredible. Like, I can say the same thing about R. Kelly. He sucks as a human being, and fuck him, but he makes great music.
We've talked about that plenty of times on here, yes.
Like, but it's true. It's like, there's those artists that they're so good, but they're just shitty human beings. Yeah. So, with Cage, I didn't link up with Cage till 2020.
Okay.
Because what had happened was I was trying to get in touch with him. We were following each other on social media. I met him when I was a kid at the cop shop in Long Island. And I hit him up. And A month, crickets. Nothing. 2 months, more crickets. After 3 months, I finally get an email back from him, and he's like, yo, what's good? I don't go down the wormhole social media, so this shit gets buried. Yeah, here's my number. Let's talk. Let's see what we can do. So I texted him first. We got on the phone because I had an idea for a song called Instrumental Patience.
Okay.
And the reason why I like the concept is because of his, time that he did in a psychiatric hospital, the way he would intricate rhymes with, I hate to say it, drugs, mental health issues. It was something that was kind of like unspoken. So he was an influence of mine. So why wouldn't I want to work with him? So, and this is the thing with Cage. When he is focused on writing a verse and doing a record, you kind of come second because he's trying to think of like the way he would do it is he would send me voicemails of him humming to the beat. So I'm like, what the fuck's he doing that for? I don't want him to sing. But what he's doing is he's humming it to catch the flow, and then he writes the words into it, and then he plays with it.
Got you.
That's the way. I was like, how do you do that? Like, I got to get the rhythm first, and what I came to understand was it's a lot easier when you do hum, because in your head you could just start saying different words that go with that melody. So I was like, yo, that's fucking crazy. And then we do the record. Once I did the record with Cage, that's where Copywrite came in. And then Copywrite had contacted me. Me and Copywrite started becoming friends. That's really like how a lot of my relationships with certain artists are. I just know them from one other person, or I just contacted them personally.
Got you.
And that was the thing too. What I wanted to say was manifestation is important. Because the reason why I believe it is when I was 14, I had a poster board. Remember back in the day, like those posters were thick?
Yeah.
And like, even if you want to rip them, like it was hard. So I wrote from when I was 14 to probably like 17, 18, every artist that I wanted to work with. Every single artist. And I would put that at my front door. So every time I had to walk out, I would look at the names. Because in my head, I was like, if I look at that enough, I'm going to manifest this to happen. I don't know when, but I believe in myself enough that I don't think this will happen. I will make this happen. Now, the funny thing with Cage too, and shout out to my homegirl, Erin, when I was 16, her and I were chilling at her house, and we would kick it, hang out, and we're smoking. And I just had this, like, couple days of doubt. I was like, maybe I'm not that good. Maybe I'll never work with these people. I was just being hard on myself. And she told me, flat out, she was like, you're dope. You're going to work with Cage. Like, I know you're going to. And no joke, when I first had got in contact, when we started working, she was the first person that I thought of. And I hit her up and I said, thank you. I was like, because you told me and spoke that into existence like I would, you were a part of this manifestation.
That's dope. Yeah. And I agree. That's something I've been practicing a lot since some of the life has been life and, throughout the last 10, 15 years, because if you think negatively, you attract negative things, right? If you think bad things or you worry, or you stress about those bad things, you're just pretty much drawing those things to you. But if you wake up with a sense of gratitude and you also really like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to get this, or I'm going to achieve this, I'm going to be this. And you start taking the steps and they just naturally take you there. So, I mean, absolutely, that can't be a better story to share. And, Speaking about, people that were important in your life, a person that comes up, in the research and basically, tell me about Sal before we
Oh man,
discuss his influence on your career. Tell me about like what kind of person was he?
bro. Sal. The first time I had ever met him, we were at some house party, and his nickname was Big Sal. So he was this big Puerto Rican that was the nicest guy in the world. Slick, always had girls around him, and he wasn't afraid to throw down. So him and I just like, you ever get one of those people in your life, like the first time you meet him, you feel like you've known him for years.
Yes.
That was literally the connection that we have, because we didn't even talk about music. We were just talking about what we wanted to do that night. I was like, yo, and I remembered, I was like, yo, I like your girlfriend's friend. He was like, was she looking for a friend? So I was like, all right, so we just, I'm just like,
instant wingman.
Yeah, so it was like, yeah, and then I'll never forget, after that, we just hung out every single day, and there was an incident. We were outside of 7-Eleven. I'm 15 years old. And it's like these 4 dudes that, for whatever reason, they just had a problem with me. They wanted to jump me. Yo, no joke. And I have this saved when he told the story. He was like, yo, these guys wanted to jump him. And he's like, I stepped in. And I was like, yo, that's my primo. We'll fight all of y'all. Just me and him. We'll fight. And this was the thing with Sal. If there's 4 people and it's 2 of us, we're going to hurt some people, but there's going to be that one guy. So it's like, he wasn't afraid to pick up a bottle if he had to. But that's when it was like, somebody actually cared.
Yeah.
That was like, he's like, I'm not going to let my bro go out like that.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't do all the things that I'm doing now. Like the best advice he had ever gave me, and what he forced onto me, which is what made my career what it is he said, you got to be your own machine. I do not want you to rely on one single person. You know how to draw. You know how to write rhymes. You know how to talk and market with people. And meaning market is like, I could talk to women. I could talk to homeboys. I was good with like being a people person.
Yeah.
And during that point in time, though, I was also in my active addiction. So I would just get high, focus on music, chasing women. But there was always the chasing women or just doing dumb shit was more important to me. Mm-hmm. So there was one night I was on some nose candy bender, and he got me from this girl's house, took my ass back to my house, and we sat in front of my computer. He downloaded Photoshop. He's like, we're going to learn this shit right now. You're going to learn how to use this. No matter how many times I kept telling him no, I wasn't going to do it, he somehow got me interested. And then once we moved on to that, he was like, all right, now that you got that, you need to just start rhyming anywhere and everywhere. So he would like book me like these little battles. Like he would just be like, oh, you got a homeboy that raps, my brother raps. And that's where he was helping me make a little bit of money. Because you got to remember, at 15, $200 went a long way.
Absolutely.
Like, I probably would spend it on stupid shit like weed and fucking liquor and shit. But it was a fact that
it was $200 in your pocket.
Yeah.
2
and
Benjis.
My first battle ever, he didn't take a payment. He got me $300 for whatever reason. I gave him $150 out of that, and he gave it back. He was like, no, he's like, I don't want you to give me the money. I'm like, but you booked it. He's like, yeah, but look what you can do. You can make this money, and it's honest money. Mm-hmm. And it's art. Like, isn't this what you wanted, to make money off artwork or just art in general? So, man, him reshaping me, like there would be points in times where we would try to fight each other because he would make me rewrite over and over and over again. I'd be recording. Nah, that ain't it. Do it again. Nope, this still ain't it. Do it again. And I'm talking over the top. Like, I've done this already 50 times. I don't know any other way he wants me to do it. Like,
Yeah.
he's just like, at this point, I feel like he's just fucking with me. But what he was trying to do, he's like, I'm trying to get you to develop your voice. I need you to get comfortable to where it sounds like you're speaking. It sounds like you're reading it. I don't want you to make the audience think you're reading that. I want them to think these are your real written words. I want you to go down to that part of your mind that I know you can go to. Now, during that time, you have to remember, too, my vocabulary was always just dark and dense wordplay. I loved horror. I loved Edgar Allan Poe. I loved watching slasher films.
Gotcha.
So I would do like anything and everything for shock value. And that's when he was like, this is dope. He's like, but I feel like you can do more. You don't just need to be sticking to one thing. So then he had me record this R&B record. I was like, bro, I'm not doing an R&B record. He's like, no, you're going to rap. And I'm going to get somebody to do the hook. He's like, but just write to it. I didn't want to do it. Because I was like, I like this dark theme, so if I go to the soft shit, people are going to look at me like, eh. But, and he did make a point. He was like, and this is no disrespect, ladies. He's like, you like bitches? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right, well, if you don't make songs for bitches, then you don't like bitches.
That's Tupac. That was the Tupac formula.
I was like, yeah, so I'm like, all right, you got a point. I get it. Okay. All right. You got a point. You're right. I can do this. And then because I did that, then I became comfortable with doing records like that. Because I'm like, nobody wants built testosterone records all the time.
Right.
And to be versatile is great. I don't have to give up being a lyricist to be versatile.
Yeah.
Now, am I going to, rap over an EDM record? No. am I gonna rap to a country record? No. But if something piques my interest, I look at it as it's just a challenge. Like, can I do this? All right, let's find out.
That's dope, man. I know he passed away, and R.I.P. to that. And that was to lose someone in your life that meant that much to you, and made such an impact and believed in you like that. Do you still hear his voice when you lose focus?
Wow, always ask me like that. Yeah, because I do still have those moments where like I'm in my head, I'm not talking, and I can hear him say certain things. Like when it just comes to mind. But when he passed away, I stopped making music for like almost 4 years.
Wow. Because
that's when I went completely down the rabbit hole. And I was doing, what was it, Friday? It was 3 Xanax, the school buses.
The Xanny bars.
Yeah, Percocet, and then morphine if I can get a hand on it. And I was also doing coke every day.
Gotcha.
Like that was definitely a moment where I'm just like, I can't handle this. Like I can't handle this sober.
Yeah.
And it sounds really stupid now, being, that I'm clean and everything, but back then, like, you didn't tell anybody about your addiction.
Nope.
People frowned upon that. Like, oh my God, like he does this, he does. Like, it wasn't commercialized like it is now.
Yep.
Nobody knew what the fuck ADHD was.
Oh.
Nobody really knew depression. And if you were a man and you were depressed,
talk about
like, it was crazy. So, but at the same time, when I was in active addiction, as messed up as it sounds, I felt like that was actually me. I was calm, collective. I didn't have a care in the world. It's just you get put on autopilot, but you like being on autopilot because you're putting something else in control.
Yeah.
And
It's like it you are numbing yourself and self-medicating and basically helping you to avoid the things that you don't want to face. And I get it, like how difficult it is to be sober, especially if you're a person that's predispositioned to like being faded, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And not experience life at the normal baseline level. It's got to be over here and up and, to find the joy, but when you face your addiction and battle through it, you start to appreciate and start to realize, well, you know what? Actually, life is good, and there's good in actually enjoying it in the
yeah.
present, where you don't have to, So yeah,
And
salute you.
that's another thing I won't lie to people and say, like, because I'm a very big person when it comes to addiction,
Yeah,
because like I said before we even talked about this, like, I've been to more funerals and birthdays.
yeah,
So I know what it's like to feel just numb, because that's the only way you can cope. You don't like what goes on in your
hmm
head. You don't
yeah.
like the movie that you're putting and visually seeing.
We'll be right back. As soon as he joins us back, we'll be right back. But just take this moment to remind you all that we are live. We do this damn near every single day. We're booking out Monday through Thursdays and even Saturdays, Sundays, and Fridays too. We normally go on air live at 9 p.m. Eastern, uh, 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Pacific or Mountain, and then 6 p.m. Pacific. You can check us out at B-Boys Underground on YouTube, B-Boys Underground page on Facebook. You can check us out at Ghost Boogie 66 on Twitch. You can check us out at Ghost Boogie 66 on Kick. And then last but certainly not least, you can go to the one and only cityworldmedia.com. From our city to your world, this show is brought to you by City World. Shout out to my brother Todd D. Blaze and of course Serene Solutions. But yes, if you guys also, I'll take this time out to let you know who we've got coming up this next week. Um, we got some dope guests for you this week coming up on Monday. I've got the one and only. Uh, that was Thursday because we're not gonna get to Thursday yet. Monday, I've got DJ M Rock and CM from Spit Slam Records, which is basically a continuation in the Spit Slam family tree.
Yo,
So we're good. We're good. So that, and then on Thursday we've got the one and only. We've got let's see here. We've got Dex from Ghetto Fresh Clothing. He's a dope graph writer and out of California. So make sure you tune in and tap into Monday and Thursday, and we'll probably have something for you on Wednesday too. We're back. We got you. All right. So go ahead and continue on, fam.
Yeah, I got cut off before. I don't know what happened. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So like I said, with addiction, it's like I'm a very big person on that because it's been such a big part of and what's crazy about it is when I got clean, I had to totally learn how to like rewrite pretty much
Okay.
because I couldn't go without taking drugs.
Yep.
So I'm like, all right, I gotta figure this out now. I gotta write sober. And it's crazy because even to this day, I don't smoke before performance. I don't drink, and I don't do anything. I take it very professionally. I
Hmm.
always make sure that I'm like, all right, I gotta take an hour to get prepared and then do this. So the other thing people have to understand is with addicts, you're always gonna be an addict,
Yep.
unfortunately. But people that love and care about you, it doesn't matter what happens, just as long as you stay on the right path.
Yeah.
Because I will be a human and admit I've had slip ups in my early years. But that's the thing. Just like anybody's mind, there's oh so much that you're gonna be able to take before you have that cracking moment. And
Yes.
that's okay. That's what being a human is.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, it's that saying, you get knocked down, you get back up, right?
Right.
And again, you if you can't learn without failure, or not even failure, just basically not necessarily achieving what it is that you want to achieve or get the output that you want to get out of it. And there's sometimes you have to go through adversity just to be able to learn from it. It's just kind of like the way the universe or however your spiritual beliefs are, if it's God or whatever you want to subscribe to, like, it's definitely lessons that you will learn and, be taught because it's setting you up for something greater if you actually learn from it and apply it. So, much love to you on that one. And I know what it's like to not want to be sober. You want to be medicated. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that's, you have to learn. But mad love to you. And speaking about being faded, though, let's go into Faded Kings, man. Can you establish the Faded Kings timeline for the record?
So Faded Kings was put together before I ever got. Um, so Stevie Mike, my brother Stevie, he started the group, and the group was actually three MCs and a drummer and a bass and a guitar player.
Okay.
That's how the group started. I got introduced into the group in 2009, and it was at that point now it was Stevie, our brother Jay Lift, and myself. I met these two at Jay Lift's party. It was his birthday, and Stevie and I had ran into each other, and we started talking. And he randomly asked me, he was like, "Yo, you do music?" I was like, "Yeah, I rap." He was like, "Oh, word." He's like, "I rap." He's like, "But I was in a metal band before that." I was like, "Okay." Like I knew that particular style, but I never really knew who did that particular way of music. So we go to this car, chain smoking cigarettes, listening to music. We go back inside. Lift comes back from hanging out with some girl in the other room, and then somewhere along the line, somebody said like, "Yo, you know Jeff Battles, right? He's a battle rapper." So they were like, "Word." Steve's like, "Yo, battle us." I was like, "Damn, that's these motherfuckers." I'm like, "I'm about to battle." All right. Somebody threw on a beat. I think it was the Eminem forgot about Dre beat. I don't know why they did that.
Yep.
So they spin back and they're spinning, and then it goes to me. And then I don't know what happened because adrenaline kicked in. I just rapped for like 3 minutes. Like they gave me 216s. I'm rapping for 3 minutes. So that all goes down. Everyone's going nuts. Everyone's chilling. Stevie and Lift are talking to each other, and then they pull me to the side. They're like, "Yo, let me holler at you." So we go over by like this little island in his kitchen, and they put out three shot glasses, and it was Jack Daniels. I don't like Jack. He's like, "Yo, we want you to be in our group." Whoa. Well, why I keep going in and out, my bad.
Got you though, bro. You're good. No problem.
Um, so they're like, we want you to be in a group. They're like, take 3 shots with us, and we'll put you in a group. So I said, fuck it. Because it was cool to run with a crew. And they liked me so much, they're like, yo, we want you in the group. It was like a week later, we go to the spot in Yonkers, and it was Fire Night Studios. We pick up Jay Lift from probation at like 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why he was at probation at 9 in the morning. Then we drive over to Yonkers, and it's fucking, I think it was a Honda. And we go into the studio. We recorded 3 songs that day, and we had put it out on MySpace, which was crazy at that point because now that I'm thinking of it, I'm like, yo, MySpace was a great platform. And it's because I was new to the group, all of a sudden, like, the energy and chemistry changed. People liked all of us on records together. But the thing with Stevie is, like, that's big bro. So he was into like the Tech Nine flows, the double timing.
Hmm.
He's an incredible MC. I still wish he did music to this day. He's still my brother, one of my best friends. But that motherfucker could spit. Um, and then John was like, he was a fun brother. He would talk about drinking, hanging out with girls. He just had that weird, crazy party vibe. And I was just this dark, pissed off kid that just knew how to rap at that point. Then the next year, the following year, Jayla passes away. I only knew this guy for a year, but I felt like I knew him my whole life.
Yeah.
So at that point, I'll never forget it too. I got kicked out of his funeral,
Oh wow.
which was crazy. Yeah, I. It was the second day. I think it was the second. Was the second day? Yeah, it was the second day. So usually they would close out at like 11.
Hmm.
This owner of the funeral home tried cutting us by like a half hour, and that just really pissed me off. So, I probably shouldn't have done it, but I look at this guy and I'm like, how the fuck do you sleep at night? I'm like,
Mm.
this is my friend, and I'm never gonna see him. So who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like this? Blah blah blah.
He's out of pocket, man.
Yeah. So everybody's seeing this and hearing this, and he gets dead in my face. He's like, I think you should leave. I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that's a good idea. And as I'm walking, I see everybody that's at the funeral walking behind me. And I'll never forget this for the life of me. Stevie, word for word, he said, leave it to Jen to get kicked out of a funeral. And just everybody started cracking up. It was like nobody was being sad for just that moment. We just kind of laughed. Because like Jay Lift would have done that same shit. So fast forward, um, I get us booked for a show at Gramercy Theater with Sean Strange and Paris Smith at EP&D.
Wow.
Yeah, that I have a whole. And what's crazy is I'm working on a documentary with Steven called "The Kings in Black."
Yes.
But so if fans can see the transition, we went from spelling Faded Kings the way you would normally spell it, Kings.
Hmm.
Then because I wanted us to have the rights to the name and get a copyright and everything. I'm like, we gotta figure out a way to change this. And I don't know what happened. I was in my apartment and I was just drawing, and I just added an X and a Z. It was the most simplest thing in the entire world, but something made it stand out. Like it was kind of like it gave me a Public Enemy kind of feel. It gave me
Yeah.
that rebel type feel, Rage Against the Machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's misspelled, and that can piss people off. And somehow it worked. It worked perfectly. In the last record that we recorded, it was I think Hollywood Legends did it, but it was called Breaking Neck Music. And Stevie is the only MC that can ever get me to rap on anything that is a new metal style or heavy metal mixed in with boom bap drums. It's just that chemistry between me and him is insane. And my brother JD, shout out to my brother JD, he particularly likes it when Stevie and I go back and forth trading verses. He's like something when you guys start going back and forth, like that shit's crazy. There's always those MCs or those friends that you just gel completely well together.
Yeah.
So for yeah, the Faded Kings, we did a show at the Gramercy Theater. That shit was crazy. That's actually documented the start of the trip all the way to the end of it. I'm gonna be releasing that with him soon. The trailer's actually out right now.
Ew.
And Stevie and I both did the sound, um, the footage, the editing, everything on the trailer.
Yeah, man. I mean, you've got like your own production company. You have your label. You have, you're getting into making film, and you also do your graphics and everything like that. I mean, salute to you for being a true creative. You can tell that that's where your passion is in creating, and expressing yourself in some shape, form, or fashion, be it either visually or via audio, or you know what I mean. That's
Thank you.
dope, man. Yeah, I can't wait to see that, man. That's gonna be a dope one. Yeah, I'll be on the lookout for that. So getting into basically I want to know is because you mentioned you booked the show, how Paris Smith from EPMD and everything like that. But when you think about converting, influence in the collaboration, man, like, you've worked with Self-Titled, Apathy, Cage, Benny the Butcher, Sticky Fingers, Gore-Tex, Copyright, and others, basically, and you've already said it, and then also in your body, like you've had the ability to work with artists that were your influence, and really shaped your pen and everything like that. First, and you mentioned, the law of attraction. You wrote down the board and it's like, I want to work with this person, I want to work with this person.
Yeah.
Outside of the manifestation, what is it like to work with somebody that you actually listened to and like looked up to in a way of respected them and their art, and to be able to start working with them? What was that like for you? And who was the first
So
person?
it was well, first start by saying, like, my best friends Brendan and Derek, they asked me that not the same way you asked it, because that was great the way you asked it, but they'll ask me that too. Like, what was it like working with so and so and this and that? At first, the first person, man, who was the first person?
And if you can't
Actually,
remember, don't worry about that.
no, I can't remember, but it was two people. So it was self-titled and Gore-Tex, who goes by Lord Goat now.
Yeah.
I worked with both of them on my album. So with Celph, you know what it was? He's dope. Like he's shown me like different ways of like mixing. Anytime I ask him about, hey, if I want to go about, pressing vinyl or doing this, what's the best way to go about it? And it's like he's always willing to answer questions and just be a chill person. Like I say, he's the big bro. So working with Self, first record I did was called Hip Hop RX, and that was
Yeah,
off of my From Nothing to Something album.
that's a dope ass cut too.
I appreciate that. That record, I was very proud of that record, but the reason why I was proud of that record is because how I flipped how Prodigy says "fuck rhymes and write prescriptions," and I'm just naming all different albums as if it's like I'm going into a pill cabinet. I'm just taking each one. That's why I love my verse on that. And then Self is just being Self. He can never have a whack verse. Like that's exactly what I told him. Like, yo, we have a word for that. It's called a real asshole verse. Like it's so good. He's just like, yeah, an asshole. Now I gotta work harder. But I did that, and after I released the album, Self had hit me up. He's like, yo, Apathy and I are going on tour, and we got this compilation album we're putting together called The Tour Lords. Do you mind if I use Hip Hop RX? In my head, I'm like, is he really asking me this? Like, does he think I'm gonna say no? Like,
Right?
all right, like, but I'm like, nah, I gotta keep it
Nah.
cool. I was like, I gotta keep this cool. So I was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm like, yo, could you just send me a copy though? Like when he put it together, because what they did was they made it a limited, only 200 CD edition, and I have one of them, and it's signed by both of them and everything.
Yeah.
Then what Self did also, which I didn't even know he did this, but he told me afterwards, he also put that same cut on Paragraphs of Murder. So what he basically did without me even asking, he was making sure that his fans would be put on to me. And like when an MC like that does that, it's like, yo, they respect me as a lyricist, they respect me as a businessman, and they respect me as a friend. That's like the greatest thing. It's like, yo, like just the fact of like I'll look at my phone and I'll be like, is this really their number? Am I fucking with it? Like it's constant.
Yeah.
Like I'll look in and be like, damn, I got Ryu, I got Self, I got App, and it's just like I talk about them like they're my friends. That's one dopamine that will never come down.
Yeah. I know what that's like because there's artists that I have and can talk to on, sometimes a daily basis to a weekly basis to, a very regular basis. And it's like they'll reach out to me and it's like, that's not really happening right now. And then you're
Yeah,
on the phone. Hey, you good? And like, the fuck is, you know what I mean? It's just like, so
yeah.
I
You gotta
understand.
take a second.
Yeah. It's like this
Yeah,
person's actually calling and they're thinking about like, what? So it's like, yeah, it's surreal. It takes a moment, especially, when it's someone that you grew up respecting or, you really respect their art and and, you want to fuck with them and everything like that. So yeah, you know,
yeah. Like my
and
brother JD.
it,
Oh, sorry,
it,
no.
well, I was just going to transition into because you've got your latest and we've got it as the cover art, you know, you fast forward just released, Armageddon, and that's with Celph and App, right? So like, from that time when you first started working with them to now, right? Like, and you put that out, Like, how did that process go? And like, what is that like to still be able to continue on making music with them and being featured on multiple tracks by them and all of that? But
So that record took a year. It took a year to make. So the reason why it took a year was it's everybody's schedule pretty much, but like Apathy was like I said, he was like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then it was with Celph. He has other business ventures that he does besides rap.
mhm,
Um, but I want people to understand too is that that record it wouldn't sound and be what it was if everybody that was involved wasn't involved. Like everybody involved made that record into what it was,
mhm,
and that's the thing was Johnny Slash is an incredible producer.
yeah,
Like Johnny, that's my bro. So when he presented that beat to me, I was like, yeah, this is nasty. It's got the MOP sample, the guitar. I'm like I need this. So we obviously talked about me getting the full rights and purchase and everything. Got the stems, and then what people might not know is Matt Echo from Studio 631 Recordings here in Long Island. He mixed and mastered the first record I did himself. So for me, being the guy that I wanted to honor that same thing by bringing the record to him. I was like, yo, I just only want you to touch this record. I don't want anybody to mix and master it. I don't want anybody to record me. I want you to do it. And he was kind of taken back by that. He's like, yo, nobody's ever like done that. I'm like, yeah, but you and I made four great records together. And that particular record got put out to a lot of people. And it wouldn't sound the way it was if it wasn't for you.
yeah,
So recorded that, and then it's crazy, man. Like I just love making music, and every time that I put something together, I make sure that I don't rush. I take my time with it because for me, I have this overthinking of I want it to be perfect. I want it to sound perfect. I want it to be put perfectly together. That's never gonna happen. So what Charlie taught me to do, he's like, listen, record the rough draft, go to sleep. When you wake up the next day, listen to it because now your ears are relaxed.
you got the ear fatigue going. Yeah,
Yeah, you got that clean ear. Listen to it. And if it doesn't give you that same feeling, move on. Because there's certain songs you got to capture when you're in that moment. And
yeah,
then there's some you can keep because you become so intricate with it. It's like open mic surgery.
yeah,
So that's why I never rush any records. And when you get it, usually when I get excited over a record, I'm like, all right, what am I going to do with it? What do I fit? What do I want to use it for? So like with All I Need, I love the Styles P sample. It's great for commercial audience, even though I'm talking about smoking weed. And I had the whole vision and everything. So basically, when my mind starts feeding me like that, like, okay, this is a dope record. Then there's like those on the spot posse cuts. Yeah, your homeboy's spot playing something, you're like, let's just all get on it for fun. And it comes out dope. That's just literally what music is. It's just all about feeling. It's
yes,
all about what you want to put into the world. But with me, I love feeding people visually
yeah.
because every time I write, I have to visually see it.
Yeah, that's the storytelling part that comes out. You know what I mean? Just like
Yeah,
the Slick Rick and all of that. I get it because I love. That's one of the things that I really enjoy about hip hop, as far as when someone is visual. You know what I mean? Like I think of Scarface.
yo,
You
A lot
know,
of fans.
yeah, I mean, think about like Cube, early Cube, when, Once Upon a Time in the Projects, or like
Mhm.
Colorblind, or like
Boys.
all of that. Like, yeah, man, like just very, very visual stuff, and it goes, there's tons and tons of people that are well gifted at that, but it's important, and I feel you on that one.
You wanna know what's crazy? I used to, I mean, I still think it's dope, but I used to think that Ghetto Boys, My Mind's Playing Tricks on Me beat was the greatest beat that ever was. I don't know why.
It's a sample, bro. I mean, because they really took, you know what I mean? That sample in itself, that's Isaac Hayes, right? Caught Up
Yeah.
on My Baby. And that I think it's off the Tough Guys soundtrack, but it's I've even chopped and sampled that and played with it, and like, just because it's just, I mean, it's so good. But if you think about how each one of their verses, right? They're telling stories, and they're telling their own stories, and they're so damn visual. Before, you didn't even need the music video. And when they put the music video out, it was like, yeah, that's how I thought about it in my head. They had already laid it out, the music video out, just by their bars. I mean, who like, especially if you dealt with mental illness, who can't relate to, I sit in a four corner room staring at candles, at night I can't sleep, I toss and turn. I mean, like, so I mean, it's like that, come on, man. It's Face, man. And of course, you got Willie D. Bushwick didn't write anything, but but
Yeah,
shout
you
out to
know what?
Bushwick.
Like Bushwick was like, he wasn't easy,
Nah,
but him
he was
particularly,
dope.
yeah, he was just dope. If somebody could write him something, it would come out dope.
It was Willie or Face.
Yeah. So, but it's the same thing like with Q, right? It's like I look at those guys and I'm like, you guys aren't MCs, but I still look at you guys as like, you're dope rappers.
Yeah.
Like, that's another thing that it's like, it's crazy to me. It's like, that's, that's another thing I want everybody to get straight. Just like my man DMX. I don't like Drake. I don't support Drake. I don't do any of that shit. So if you're an MC, that's because you are a lyrical warrior. When you're a rapper, you can rap specific melodies. You can, put certain words together. It's not mind blowing, but
Hmm.
it's still good. Because an MC can be a rapper can't be an MC.
Yeah.
If that makes sense to some people.
Yep.
So if you want to elevate and you want to feel like you're untouched, don't make disposable music. Master Ace, the disposable arts. You have fast food music, and then you got home cooked meals. You got those Thanksgiving dinners. That's an album.
Mm.
Like you want something that's gonna fill you. Every time it fills you, it's the greatest feeling.
Soul food, baby.
Right. And then you'll have records that like, yeah, if I'm in like a mood or whatever, it's cool to like listen to, but
Hmm.
this isn't, my type of music.
Yeah, you're looking for bars.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what I feel like some of the generation has like missed a lot. It's like lyricism doesn't matter to certain people
Yeah.
anymore. Easy.
Well, I mean, it's what the industry puts forth, and everybody's chasing a bag. Especially, there's folks that are trying to chase the bag, and there's folks that are trying to do art, and that's just like anything in any type of art form or music or anything, or people in work. You have people there that are doing the job because it's their passion and they love doing whatever it is that they're doing, and then there's people that are just there to get the money, and you could tell by their
Yeah.
works. You know what I mean? So,
But
you know, I gotta ask you though, Aftermath, man, that connect you with Sticky Fingers, dude. What did you want his presence to bring to that record, man? And what was it like to work with Sticky Fingers, man? Sticky's one of
Well,
the illest.
so that was the thing was I didn't get to work with like for that record. I knew an engineer that he had a sticky verse, and what ended up happening was I got that, and then this homeboy, like I'm trying to remember his name, and I just spoke to him the other day, but he was actually. You ever seen the movie Waist Deep?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, you remember the store clerk kid?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yo, y'all the new age Bonnie and Clyde. Okay, him. He actually rapped and he went by Poverty.
Oh.
So he knows Sticky. So he hears the record and he's like, yo, why didn't you tell me? Like, I'm homies with this guy. He's like, I'm gonna see him tomorrow. And I was like, all right. So I didn't know anything that he knew or anything of that nature. Fast forward, Sticky had heard the record. I had a conversation with him, and I don't know, for whatever reason, was like that record meant a lot to me because Onyx in itself,
Yeah.
Sticky, Sticky and DMX were two people that I looked up to because I always just use that real rugged voice,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, it got to a point where it was like it was too much, but it was like I idolized this guy so much because I had that voice. I was like, okay, like this is dope. So to work with and have a song with Sticky, that blew my mind. I was just like, yo, like he actually likes this joint. Like that's crazy.
Yeah. That's dope. I mean, it is dope. I mean, that's Onyx, man. And you know what I mean? Like,
Slam
another,
hard.
yes. But yeah, that whole album, man, that whole album is just an anthem in itself. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
You wanna know what's crazy?
What's
You
that?
remember the movie Save the Last Dance?
Yeah.
So uh Fredro's in it.
Mm-hmm.
That is exactly how I found about Onyx when I was a child.
Really?
Because he was in that movie. I had no idea that that was Onyx.
I got you. You're like, oh, hold on, that dude in the movie's actually, yeah,
Well, 'cause
Took me by surprise because I'm like, huh. I'm like, this guy's like an actor, but he's an MC.
and an ill MC, and he doesn't. He's not like any other. He's got a lot
Nah,
of.
he don't. You know what the thing is like he don't play around.
No.
Like he don't. He don't. He does not play around when it comes to bars, and it's the same way with Sticky though.
Yeah.
So like being a kid and like I'm like that's Fred Star. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Video I had saw after I found that out was the one they're in the hockey jerseys and they're playing on the ice.
Oh.
50
Damn.
Cent was on it. That was his first ever single.
Yeah. Shit. I can't remember right now. I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, they're just like, bro, they're playing hockey and they're rapping. I'm like, yo, these guys are dope.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That was the same. Yeah, like music videos even back in the day. Like there's just those timeless ones where you can't forget about.
Midget Mike had it react.
What'd you say?
Midget Mike said it was react, I think.
Oh, React. Yes, it was
Yeah.
React. Holy shit!
Salute to
Thank
Midget
you
Mike.
for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was even like Craig Mack's Get Down music video.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that whole music video. And that's like what also made me fall in love with visuals because it really wasn't like movies. It was music videos. I was like, you can make music and make videos to these? I'm like, that's sick.
Yeah.
And if you can make music videos, you can basically tell a story.
Hell yeah, man. You know, I wanted to ask you, Stryke appears throughout your catalog.
Oh,
Why
that's
is that
big.
why has that partnership lasted so long?
Yo, Strike don't get the recognition that he deserves. I've told him that for years. Strike is one of those MCs that he bodies everything. Like I've sat in the studio with him. I've watched him and witnessed him record amazing records. He's another MC that like I literally was like, okay, I got a platform. I need to promote him because you also got to remember, I knew Strike, DeMarco, and their homeboy Gravity because they used to go to the cop shop. Plus, in Long Island, MCs know MCs. So I grew up listening to these guys. And then when I started to get in positions where, like, all right, maybe I can help manage this, because I would manage my brother Awful P, I managed
Mhm.
DeMarco, I managed Strike. At one point, I was like helping and managing Lou, but Lou, that's another person who has opened a lot of doors for me, and I will always be grateful for. And he's like a big brother too. But he is such a talented artist and an MC
Mhm.
because that man can paint projects like they're paintings.
Mm.
So going to Strike is just like he's got so many dope joints that I've heard him play. Like we did a joint together called War of Attrition. I particularly don't really like my verse on it. Other people do, so it is what it is. But if you listen to him and what he's saying in that, it's incredible. The one line that me and my brother always talk about, he's like, "Premiere with a gang of stars don't make you a guru."
Mm.
Like, come on, man, it's lyricism. Like every person that I know personally, they're lyricists.
Yeah.
So Strike is he's in my catalog because we've always been brothers. So when we get together, like I mean, yo, I got this idea. Let's do this. All right, cool. Yo, I want to have you featured on this. All right, cool. It's just that gang of brothers that you're just like, if they call you up, you want to jump on this? Sure. Because I just like making music with them.
Hell
And
yeah.
their family.
That's dope. I mean, you can when you listen to your catalog and who you're affiliated with and who you've had and done music with and everything like that is just ridiculous. And you know, Benny the Butcher, you got the track out with Benny the Butcher. I mean, come on, that's Benny, and Benny brings it too. Like I fuck with Benny since the first time I seen and heard. I was like, who is this cat, man? He
You know what's
crazy.
crazy? Benny, I didn't really discover Benny until like maybe what? Like 2014,
Gotcha.
2015, around that. Because again, Griselda, they're all out of Buffalo.
Yep.
And their style and the way they do things is like so crazy.
Yeah.
Like, so to have a record with him and I together, that was difficult kind of because it was like, all right, I've never done a record like this. His cadence, every punchline that he has, he's not like yelling, he's being Benny.
Yes.
So I'm just thinking like, all right, I'm like, I gotta talk about some shit, but the way that I know it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, there was 4 different versions of that I
Mm.
had did. 3 of them, I felt like if I would have released them, I think it would be too hard of a pill for people to swallow.
Hmm.
So people could call it overthinking, but it was like I kind of feel like you kind of got to do that with records because there's nothing wrong with having different versions because that's how you find the diamond or the gem in the whole thing. So I remember I recorded it. I recorded that verse of Charlie's. Charlie mixed and mastered that, and when I put it out, it was people liked it. It was also the first time in a long time that I had done my own hook because I was so used to doing scratches or have somebody featured and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we also talked about this earlier. It's like, I'm a tortured MC. I don't really like my voice. I know I'm a lyricist. I know I'm dope. I know I can write. But everybody's gonna have those things about them that they just don't like.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it is what it. Like there was one time I got booked for a show and I left because for whatever reason that day I was like, yo, why are people paying to come see me? This is a fucking waste of time.
Damn.
For whatever reason, I was that hard on myself. I left, and I never did that again because I was like, yo, why am I thinking like this? Like I shouldn't be thinking this way.
Yeah, Sal wouldn't have let you think that way.
Nah, he would have punched me. He would be like, you're fucking the money up. That would be the first thing. He would be like, you're fucking the money up. Is what you need. And the other thing is that you're basically telling fans and people that came to see you don't care about that.
Mm.
Like you just can't. Even when when I would do certain shows, people think it's just glamorous. You're backstage smoking weed. You got groupies or however you want to put it, and just living like this rock star lifestyle. And it's like,
It's chaos.
yeah, like tours are chaos depending on who you're with, and then shows, yeah, they can be chaos. But for me, I've done it for so many years. I'm like, I just like to just chill out. Like I got to put on a performance because these people just paid money to see me. I can't freestyle my career.
Yeah.
And I know everybody's mad at KRS-One for, certain things, but, that man did teach me stage presence. Wear a bunch of jackets and start taking them off so it looks like you're moving faster than you really are. Extend your hand out so it makes the crowd feel like, they're trying to bring you in with them. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you want as an MC because it's okay. You can do a record. What can you do this and with this live? It was the same thing with Armageddon. I knew it would be a dope live record. I knew it would be a dope record that people could actually listen to. Because think about it, you can listen to that and play Call of Duty, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can listen to that and get amped up to go fight somebody. You can actually put that in a comedy where like they had that scene in a Hangover, like everybody's missing a tooth and like looking like shit, and they're just like what? Like you can hear that record.
Yep.
That's how you know you have a dope record.
Yeah.
So yeah, so every time that I will work with somebody or put records together, I make sure that I'm like, all right, it has to have a topic. This can't just be some generic shit. It's the same thing with all of my drawings. I don't care if I take 3 days, 3 months, or 3 years. It's not gonna go anywhere unless I put it somewhere. Pause.
I got you. I feel you. And you speaking of that, like solitary confinement places you besides Gore-Tex, Stryke, Gravity. And like it's a 6-minute track, right?
Yeah.
Tell me
Yeah.
about that and like what held that thing together. And you talked about like sequencing and putting everything and having the right intention and everything. What was it? Because that's a dope ass track. Like, tell me
I'm gonna
about
be
that.
completely honest with you, and nobody else knows this. That track was one of the hardest records that was put together, and that record took so many hours and so much bullshit.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is the song is dope. It was putting it all together because I finally got the verse from Gore-Tex, and I went to Studio 61, Matt Echo mixed and mastered, and recorded us there. So, solitary confinement, if you have a brain, anybody knows what that is. So, it's getting into that mindset and trying to paint a picture. Stryke, I specifically remember when him and I were in the studio and we're recording that. He's getting it. Like each one of his verses sound dope, but something's missing, and he keeps overthinking it. So I'm like, yo, just do this. So I tell Matt, I'm like, yo, shut the lights off at everywhere. In the booth, in here, everything. Just keep your side lit. And I'm like, yo, Stryke, close your eyes. You already memorized it. Just envision this whole thing that you're about to tell me. Once he did that, that was it. I was like, all right, that's it. The record's good. Now, Gravity, and I can say this, Gravity was a dick and didn't rap on beat. We had to open mic surgery that hook and put it together. Like, Matt is a genius for how he put that together. Because that was the last part that we were mixing. And I kid you not, we're sitting there and we're listening to the reference. I'm like, yo, why is this off beat? Like, yeah, this is off beat. I'm like, fuck. So we spent, well, he pretty much spent over like 2.5, 3 hours
Easy E
just
in it.
chopping it and putting it to every section
Yeah.
so it stayed on track. I love that. I love that joint, but at the same time, it's one of those joints where. So I used to have this thing. I mean, none of these tracks are on social media anymore. I still have them. I had this real obsession with releasing tracks on October 30th. I just, for whatever reason, I liked releasing a song that had like just to do with dark imagery or like
Yeah,
anything of that
Devil's
style.
Night. Yeah.
Devil's Night. That particular track, was done in 48 hours. I released it the next day at midnight on October 30th. And I purposely put us all under that pressure because I felt like it would have just brought out a lot of good things. But putting that record together, oh man, that was work.
Labor of love, but you pulled off. So you had all of that work, and you did a 6-minute track, which is actually like 4 songs of these days standards, with the minute.
Yeah,
50s.
that was also the thing that we discussed. We were like, "Yo, this track's mad long." Like, I think there was a point in time we were talking about like maybe we would just cut Gravity's verse and just have him as a hook. But because Gravity did a verse and he contributed a hook, I didn't want to just cut him from the song.
Yeah.
But looking back now, for a listener standpoint, even though traditional hip hop heads will listen to a 6-minute song, but for somebody who wants to easily digest it, probably should have went a different route. But I didn't care. I was like, yo, 6 minutes is 6 minutes.
Hell yeah, man. You know, I wanted to ask you also in regards to, you being credited for the executive producer and voice actor on Lou Chin Chin's NA meeting.
Oh yeah.
How did that come about?
That's what I'm saying, man. Lou's a genius when it comes to a lot of things. So Lou, he doesn't come from the world of addiction, but he's one of those artists that, like, even if he wasn't involved in stuff like that, he could do enough research to where he can convince you. He's just that great at storytelling. He's that great of a writer. So I'm at Stryke's crib, and Lou's on FaceTime.
And we'll be right back, folks. Again, letting y'all know that we are live and we appreciate y'all tuning in. We are B-Boys Underground. We do this every single. Next time we'll be live is this Monday coming up. We'll have the one and only DJ M-Rock and CM from Spit Slam Records. That will be at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, and wherever else that is for your time zone. Plus, also, we will be live again next Thursday, 1 week from today at the same time, with Ghetto Fresh clothing, Dex from Ghetto Fresh. Make sure that you tune in for that. We're going to be having some graffiti talk and also some MC and all types of stuff. So got dope ass shows scheduled for you nonstop. We're picking up more shows each and every single day. So we're back.
Yo, my bad. I'm so
We're
sorry
good.
about that.
We're okay, bro. No problem.
What was it? So,
So we were
yeah.
talking
So
about
with
Lou
Lou,
Chin's and how it all came about. Like,
yeah. So we're at Strike's crib, and he's talking about the Project NA meeting, and he's got AG from Digging in the Crates, Mr. Cheeks from the Law School, Kia Jeffries, Master Ace. I know I'm forgetting more people. Black Poet, um, FT. I'm trying to remember everybody's names because I'm just like I'm fans of these people too. So he needed somebody to narrate it. Originally, I think he wanted Strike to do it,
okay.
and he was like, how about Jem does it? And again, I never narrated anything in my whole entire life, so I don't know what to do. He's like, yo, I'm gonna play you the records, and I'll tell you how I want you to do it. And he would take some of my suggestions. I'd be like, it wouldn't sound like this. It would pretty much sound like this, or like I would do it this way. But he gave the blueprint and he painted the whole narrative on how he wanted it to be done. And the fact that he did that, I got to meet all these artists. I got to meet Master Ace, which Master Ace is anybody who's got a brain should understand. This is a man who shaped hip hop
Yes.
just as much as Rakim, just
Yes.
as much as EPMD. So to sit there and talk to the brother for like almost 4.5 hours was crazy to me.
That's awesome.
I'm like, yo, Rue, like, bro, you open a lot of doors. Plus, the other thing that a lot of people wanted me to do was acting. And I was like, I don't really want to do acting, but he was like, no, you should try it out. Just see what happens. And I did it. I always got great reactions, even though in the videos I'm a drug addict and like I'm robbing people. Like it's like okay, like I gotta play a character, but the character is like, I've been this person. Like so I get it. So when Lou put me onto that, it just added to my catalog where I'm like, all right, now I got acting. What else can I possibly do? And Lou's also that person, he's always pushing me when it comes to art. Like he's just like how Sal was. Like if he knows you have a talent, he's gonna push you to do it.
Yeah.
And he has an incredible group called the Lads, which is Luchin, Awful P, DeMarco, and Strike. We always like there'll be times where like I'll listen to his records and I'll just make artwork from it and I'll just give it to him. I was like, yo, I'm like, this made me think of this. He's like, yo, good looks. Because it's like, my brothers inspire me just as much as people I look up to.
That's dope, man. That's real dope, man. And you've got a special we got to get into it. You're blessing us and blessing the show and blessing the audience with an exclusive copyright verse. And this is something that's not released yet, and this is the very first preview of it. Why don't you tell us about this? Set it up for the folks out there.
So this record's called Dead Language Lyricism. Copyright, actually what's crazy and what people don't know, there's another record we did together that was never released. I still have that in the vault. But this one specifically is I wanted to give the audience and the listeners of something that I feel is like kind of true nowadays with certain people, is that Copyright and we deliver a verse where it's like I feel like the language of lyricism, it's not that it's not existing, it's that I don't think a lot of people appreciate it anymore.
Gotcha.
So the reason why it's called dead language lyricism is because I'm trying to tell you is that, well, Copyright and I are pretty much telling you is that this is true lyricism at its finest. But the way that Copy writes and how he executes verses, even hooks, is incredible. So this particular record, if you like Armageddon, you'll definitely like this one as well.
Hell yeah. So check it out, man. We're going to get into this and we'll be right back.
What up? Let's tear this shit down. Yeah. Check. Look, hey, so mix it like a ghost right for several cop tracks. Labels for you were the opposite of baby. They never got back. When I say no gimmicks gonna last, I ain't wrong. Your cat's only in it for the cash like paint bombs. Look, we gum so Tim's and hoodie styling. New album coming soon like Woody Allen. You type joke, I leave the mic smoke making ash. Waving cash like the white broke.
Hey, yo, we back, man. Check this out, man. That was ill, man. Dead Language Lyricism by Copywrite, bro. I mean, look, he just gave you an exclusive, a sneak peek, and that's all you're going to get because you have to rewind that back. Press rewind if he didn't blow your mind, to quote Redman, right? Really appreciate this time that we're there. I do have, there's a question for you. From Drifter. He says, what's the 5-year music plan for you?
The 5-year music plan?
Yeah.
Honestly, just make great music. Like I'm definitely gonna start diving into doing documentaries as well. I actually have a channel that I've been working on for a while called Behind the Rhymes.
Yeah. I wanted you to talk about that.
Yeah, so Behind the Rhymes is because I'm such a hip hop junkie. There was a lot of my favorite artists that really don't get like their stories told.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? Let me just get a stab at it. I'll write it. I'll do the editing, everything. Let's just see how it works. And it started picking up. So that's something I really would like to get into. Like you being a journalist yourself, I think that's great because it's also showing how you're like, I'm a true lover of this form. Like I'm gonna dig in and actually find certain things that maybe some people won't know about, and that's what journalism is all about. Is being honest with yourself, but to find those hidden gems that nobody else is gonna dig deep enough for.
Yeah.
Like you're the type of journalist that I feel like if somebody's performing, you're going to the show, and whether you get a picture with them, hang out with them, deep dive, it doesn't matter. And that's appreciating somebody else's art, and not a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
Some people have egos and they're just like, I want you beneath me. It's like, bro, we're all reaching toward the same goal. We all have that same love and care for it.
We're human. That's all,
Right.
man. You put your clothes on the same way I put my clothes on. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
all of our shit stinks. So, and
We all bleed the same blood.
and we have good days and we have bad days. You know what I mean? So it's human, right? So it's that, right? I feel you on that one, and I appreciate what you said, man. But this is something that's been important to me because it has literally, when I was at the lowest of my low rock bottom mentally and physically, reconnecting with music was what really was the catalyst for my recovery and also journey, and the reason why B-Boys Underground is back and it's a podcast and all of that stuff. So this is my passion, my love, and my family fully supports me, and they get what I do, and they think it's cool. So, I love it, so, I again appreciate you taking your time with me and spending this time with us. Cause haven't talked, I mean, I can talk about music all damn night, and especially talking about, people's individual journeys about music and their take on it, because everyone has their own unique color and palette that they can add to it. Everybody's got a different take on things because it's dope. But what I wanted to ask you also was, several records that appeared in 2023. Now you're returning them back in 2026. Can you shed some light on that and clarify why and what happened and what that is?
So like, I'm guessing from Mics to Men, that one record, and Next Level, and Alpha Action. So I had a distribution, and for whatever reason, because we didn't have an agreement, they just took all my stuff down. So I'm just like, all right, like the simple fact, you can make a TuneCore account, you can make a DistroKid.
Yeah.
I started doing that, and that's why you're going to be seeing a lot of old material and new material being blended in. Like actually, I have 4 albums that I haven't released. So I got 2 group albums. I have a solo album. I have another series that I'm releasing called Rips the Hits, where it was just me having fun, taking, I guess, just like my favorite radio hits and just adding verses to them.
Okay.
Just something that's like, it's lyrical exercise. It's fun.
Yeah.
And then I have another one where it's a compilation album that I'm putting out called Featured Presentation.
Okay.
And it's just me and a bunch of other guys being featured together on it. And then I got another album called Fall, which stands for All Love Lost.
Mm.
And they're basically just, it deals with love, hatred, pain, pleasure, addiction. It's all records that I was like, all right, I got all these things I want to talk about, and I kind of can only put it in an album format.
Yeah.
And it was things I didn't want to talk about. Like I literally didn't want to. There's 3 records on there that I absolutely hate, but I know it's also going to mean something to somebody else. Sometimes you have to remember certain records, you can let it all out and not like it, but it can mean something to somebody else.
Yeah.
And that blows my mind too.
Yeah. I mean,
So I'm always working. I'm always working on something, whether it's music, art, even my own clothing.
oh,
Like
you're
I'll
getting in some
constantly
clothing
make
now.
designs just for myself. I'll press them
Okay.
up and I'll wear it.
Hell yeah.
Like you gotta be your own billboard, right?
Yeah, true.
Like I'm not wearing no Gucci shit. Like bro, like this hoodie, this shit ain't expensive, but it's nice.
Yeah.
I'm a grown ass man. I'm not buying Ferraris and like a bunch of dumb shit that I don't need. Like it's like, yo, like I invest in myself.
Yeah.
I have connections with certain people, and I'm just a humble guy. I love what I do, and I didn't take and spend all these years doing what I love to do and just like throwing in the towel right away. Because there's been
Yeah.
times where I did think about that. Because you as a father, I feel you can relate when I say this is I've always wanted to be a father first and an MC second. And the thing with me is that I started thinking, because of how my age, I was like, I just want kids. I want to live the dad life. I love rap, but I feel as if I'm in a position where it's like I could take a little bit of time off. And then when I realistically think about it, I'm like, I kind of can't take time off because I still got places I gotta go.
Yeah.
I feel like when that time comes is when it's gonna come. I can't kind of force that.
I feel
But
you.
it's like I want it so bad. I'm willing to put this on pause because this means more to me. But at the end of the day, even though I'm not a father, but I'm sure you can agree. If your kids see you doing something that you love and you've done it for a long time, it's inspiring to them.
Yeah.
You're telling them there's no such thing as a limitation. You can do anything you want,
Yes.
and
That
that's what I
part.
want.
That
Like,
part.
like that's actually what I want to ask you. How do you feel about being a father and you know, doing everything that you do now, being an ill journalist, to falling in love with a culture that has shaped you and put you in so many positions, lessons and blessings?
What I would say is that it is, or how I will and how I try to approach it is, everything's a teachable moment. And it's my job to not only be genuinely, brutally open, honest about every single aspect of my life to my children, uh, even if it is something I'm at 100% ashamed of, for them to know and understand who I am and why. But also the more important part is to let them know, like, this has been the journey. It's difficult. You still fight. You don't ever back down. You get knocked down, you get back up. You and if you continue to fight and you continue to work at it, and even like the vision board, right, that you did, and all of that, right? When I started this, I just basically uh had a goal, and I never in a million years would have thought that I've come this far. But um it's for them to see, and for them to appreciate, and they do. They appreciate. They'll ask me, "Who do you got interviewing next?" And what like, "Oh wow," you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and then they're like, "Is so and so calling you?" It's like, "Yeah." They were like, "You just got off the phone with you." It's like, "Yeah, yeah," you know what I mean? And like, they get excited about it, and they respect it, and they understand that this is something that I'm getting to do that I love. And I want them to understand that, because I put this side of me on the shelf for a very long time to chase the bag, because coming from meager upbringing and, like, background, like, knowing what it was like to have to sacrifice who I was to go and work my way up this corporate soulless ladder that ended up killing me, literally. I mean, and gave me my cancers and all of that shit. Like, it it did something to me, and it took a lot away from a lot of years. I lost a lot of years forcing a square peg in a round hole just to try to get money,
Mhm.
right? This to try to make sure that my kids and my family didn't experience. I got to experience it the way that I wanted them to experience it. But at the end of the day, it didn't work out because, you know, shit happened, and we're surviving, right? But it's not the life that I want to give them. But the one thing that they are getting out of it is they're getting the story, and they're getting the wisdom, and I'm letting them know every single fucking step of the way. And I've got everything that I've done recorded on hard drive and backed up, from every single DJ stream to every single podcast to every single, all of it. And there's just hard drives and hard drives, and they will have that. When I'm up out of here and stuff like that. And I want them to see the very beginning of it to now, because again, I lost a lot of years and a lot of time. I can look back at these pictures of when they were babies and infants,
Mhm.
but I wasn't there. I wasn't present. I'm present now. And
Mhm.
I'm so grateful that, I got knocked upside the head hard enough where it finally convinced me to stop tripping about worrying about the future and fucking judging. And it still happens, uh intrusive thoughts, and all of that shit. But when that happens, it's like lock in, because you only have right now, and take a look at them, because tomorrow they're going to look different. You know what I mean? And they're going to be different because they're going that much older, right? And it's just, I don't want to miss any more of that time. So doing this again is for me, for them, for all of us, with the hopes that, this does manifest and continues to work towards something where I can start earning a living towards doing. And but at the end of the day, the thing is that it doesn't necessarily matter, because I might not be getting monetarily benefiting from it, but my soul is benefiting from it. Me being a father is benefiting from it, because it's helping my mental health, right? It's keeping me away from addiction. It's keeping me away from, a lot of things, right? And it's also, I got to prove to myself every single time I make a graphic, every single time I prepare for an artist, an interview, or what, like, I've got to make sure that I lock in. And also that whole shit, like, why the fuck do people even want to talk to me? Right? Like, why do people, like, why do they care? Like, no, the stuff that you said, like, they don't fucking care. And and it's like, I'm still going to do it. I still got to show up. You got to show up, and you got to be consistent. So that's my long-winded answer to that.
So let me ask you this. If you can go back to when you were 20, what's one thing you would say to yourself?
If I would go back to 20,
you being your age right now, going back to 20.
So 20 was a crazy year, because 20 right there was the transition where I 100% stepped away from being involved in street teamwork, being involved in doing a lot of the music stuff, and even taking a step back from the amount of sound gigs that I was taking, and DJing, and went full throttle with the corporate life. And I would have told myself to pump the brakes, and this isn't the right path, because I would have told myself to not sacrifice my identity, right, to fit into a corporate structure that you don't necessarily belong in, or also don't compromise your integrity. And that's the one thing I never did, but I always was very uncomfortable in the moments, because I was used to handling things a certain way when people disrespect you in the corporate world, and you have to deal with conflict. And if you're used to dealing with conflict in a certain way growing up, and, putting paws on people, or like, just, we can't do that, right? You got HR, you got rules and all of this shit. And then especially if you're wanting to be a leader, right, and grow and move up the corporate ladder, I would have told myself to never compromise and never give up who I was just to fit a certain bill so I could go further into. I would have told myself, fucking find something and do what it is that you love right then and there, and just do that and be content. And you're doing it, though. I mean, that's the thing that look at you. I mean, like, you've suffered loss, you've suffered addiction, you've survived, and there's been a tremendous amount of cost. But at the end of the day, you're a self-made man. You're out here doing it. You're working with people that are top-notch artists and acts, and you yourself, iron sharpens iron. So you're going up against, so you've got to bring it, and there's a thought process to it. It's one of those things that you're extremely gifted and talented, and you're multifaceted. from the managing, from the graphics to the films to you mentioned clothing, like how creative you are, right? And you think about it like this. You've spoken about your substance abuse and started using at a young age. I can fucking 100% relate to that, and feeling recreational when it starts taking control, and that was something I used to, because I've never done, or I've got such a rule against taking painkillers, and I'm at 30 plus surgeries, right? And I've got cancer surgery coming up this on Saturday the 15th.
Shit.
And like I don't take any painkillers, and I've used weed a lot in my life, especially in this last health journey, and especially to do and help with pain. But April 13th, when shit got real and the diagnosis got real, and I, for whatever reason, something told me to, because I knew that it became maladaptive and it was too much of a crutch, and I was using it as way too much of a thing that I was leaning on and not using it for what I was intending it to use. I was very much escaping, and it was taking me out of the present, and it was causing me to do so. It was like, let's pump the brakes. I have nothing wrong with it. I'll probably use RSO for pain when I'm recovering from the surgery. I don't know. I've been using CBD without THC in it to help with
CBD is
that.
amazing.
It is, right? So like, and I've got a certain brand that I fuck with, and it's Charlotte's Web. I tell everybody whenever anybody asks me about what I use for pain, and I've gotten tremendous amount of people using CBD oil and their products, Charlotte's Web, and people that don't want to have anything to do with THC or marijuana, but I've given them like droppers of like my stuff, and then they're like 10, 15 minutes later, they're like, I feel amazing. It's like, I told you. So, yeah.
Because what some people don't realize is like it's really beneficial to the human body, because I've seen it work on people who would have like 15 seizures a day, and then they
Yes.
start going down to 2. It's like
Charlotte,
it can help you. It can help you with pain without giving you the,
the,
I guess, the burnt out feeling.
yeah, well, THC is, the psychoactive the thing. It keeps you, it doesn't get you high, right?
Right.
And
So
yeah, you don't get run down and burn out, like you said. Like your gears aren't slowing down.
you want to hear something crazy?
What's
You
that?
probably won't believe me when I tell you this. So I have an owl tattoo on my throat, right? The only reason that exists is because I've always been a night owl. For whatever reason, I thrive at night,
Yeah,
and it's insane. So I went from, like I said, taking 3 sticks, 2 perks, and sometimes maybe like a little bit of booger sugar
yeah,
and some morphine. Now, what I have to do is sleep, because if I don't take something, I can't go to sleep.
yep,
So when I finally got health insurance, I got Ambien. Now, Ambien is the only drug that I never abused, because I know I need sleep to function.
yeah,
And the thing that I couldn't understand with certain people is like, it's kind of like robo tripping. Why do you want to fight to stay awake? Just go to sleep. But the but the reason why I would always stay awake is because I'm always thinking about something.
yep.
That's the creative mind, and I'm sure you can
I can't
say
get it
that
to
too.
shut off. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like stop.
So right. So it would be like I'd be up for like 3 days, 4 days. So when I finally got health insurance and I got Ambien, what I usually do is I smoke at night,
Yeah,
because it's weird. I can write at my leisure, not stoned, but I'm cool, calm, and collective. And even if I don't feel like writing at that moment, I have two computers where one I use for graphic designing, another one I use for recording and video production.
Yeah.
And like even my friends will tell you, like, you can't see it right now, but this desk that I found this desk at some like thrift store, and I was like, yeah, I can make that into a studio desk. So I'm always trying to make something.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's like that. It's like when people get addicted to collecting things. I'm just addicted to making things. That's why I'm not like a big video game type guy.
Yeah.
I do like Mortal Kombat, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, like, but I don't play video games because I don't want to play somebody else's creation when I can make my own.
Mm. You want
And
to
it's no
create
disrespect
your
to
own
somebody.
sandbox. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm always working on something. So with certain artists, I'm like, if you have multiple avenues where you can work on things, you kind of it kind of shuts off that voice in your head. If that makes any sense to
It
certain people.
absolutely does, man. I mean, because when I am here doing this with you, or if I'm DJing, streaming, or it turns that shit off, right? And it just quiets my brain, because normally it is something that you're engaging with visually, audibly, and you're using your hands. So you're really using all of your senses to really focus on whatever it is that you're creating, so it's like putting all your energy into that, which doesn't give you time to have that shit going in your head.
You want to know what's crazy?
What's that?
When I watched your DJ set, now that you've reminded me of that again, this is what I wanted to ask you. So, did you ever hear one of my records, Attitude Problem?
I believe so, but
It's
it
it's a
doesn't.
verse from the group project that I have. But yeah, the music video is me. I'm in a abandoned asylum, and I'm just rapping. Okay, so the cuts that are on that record, I did those cuts.
Hell yeah.
So, but this is what I'm trying to say is that your cuts, and just like DJ TMB, like I will always say this to any real DJs. I I don't know how y'all can hear certain things when you're mixing records, because for me it's like I always appreciate the DJ culture, but for me personally it's like when I hear certain things I kind of just try to find like what sample verses can fit, but I'm not channeling it in its frequency the way you guys do it. And that's the one thing that I always go nuts where I just can't understand it. I'm like, I want to, but I don't have that ear. And I always get jealous for people that have that ear.
For me, it's whenever I hear anything, I'm always thinking, well, there's always a rush of things that pop in my head, as far as that goes with this, that goes with that goes. So it's like I tell my kids, it's Legos, right? I mean, it's literally like Legos and building blocks, and like fitting stuff together, and trying to do something that I'm trying to make something dope, and take two dope ass things, right? And put it together, and also do things where try to, like, people will be like, that shit don't go together. And you put it
That's
together, and it's
right.
like, yo, that's my challenge.
But it's like that's what I'm jealous of. Is like how can you take these two records that have no business being able to be blended in or even going together?
It's
Like that's an incredible gift to have. Like that's why I love DJ. Like DJ Premier is one of my favorite DJs
oh my
of all time.
God, amazing. And I'm a trash ass DJ, in my
Nah,
opinion,
bro,
but
you can't say that. You're a
no,
dope DJ.
man. Hey, look, man, I've been learning I had to relearn how to use and DJ with no feeling in my hands and fingers. So
I am
like,
in my
that's what
brain.
I have no cuts, as far as in my opinion, because Like I've literally part of it is I have I've had surgeries now to get some feeling back in my hands, but I still have like they're like your hands are asleep. My hands are asleep at all times.
Yeah, yeah. That's the same way I have with this. Because when I
Yeah.
got this tattooed, I didn't feel shit.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
Yeah, but it's like my artist is like, he keeps looking at me and he's like, "Yo, you really don't feel that?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, I know it sounds bad. Like, it makes me think of Thing from Addams Family.
Yeah.
It's a fucking mind of its own.
Yeah. Remember that movie where old girl, it was, I think it was Freddie Got Fingered or whatever, where he kept beating her legs.
Bro, Freddie Got Fingered. I was just talking about this film. I was literally just talking about this film not that long ago. That's a classic.
Yeah, that's a crazy ass movie, man.
You know Tom Green had a rap album?
Yes, I do. He's a humongous hip hop head, man.
It makes like that made no sense to me.
Yeah.
It's Tom Green.
Yeah.
Like
he was a rapper before he did the Tom Green show. Like who crazy?
Yeah.
It's crazy,
Same
right?
thing with Tom Hardy.
Yep.
Like, and now he's doing shit with Czarface.
Which is ill.
That's another thing too. Is like I do love movies, but like Tom Hardy's one of my top favorite actors.
Oh, he's dope, man.
And it's like I was watching one of his interviews, and it was one of these British interviews, and the guy was like, he's like, "You used to be a rapper?" He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Why'd you stop?" He's like, "It wasn't that good." And you hear his album, and you hear like him do certain videos. It's like, yo, he can rhyme. It's just you always have those people, and I'll never understand this because that's like my homeboy Stryke, his closest friend Marcus. He's a very talented MC, but he stopped making music a while ago because the way he kind of told it to people was like, if I get back into making music, I'm gonna get back into this part, and I don't want to be there. Mm-hmm. He was more focused on being a father and being a husband.
Yeah.
But he's got this one record called Heroin Music. And I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Ghost, when I tell you, cinematically, this kid, the way he paints his picture in this song is like, it's incredible. It's the same thing when my brother Awful P did with Karma. Okay. He wrote 3 verses from 3 different perspectives in that situation. And then with Marcus, me and Stryke always say it. I was just like, yo, the one line I love that Marcus says, which is sad, but it's crazy. He says, they say, make another track mark. Will Michael make another track mark when his track marks are track marks? And I was like, yo, how do you think of that?
That's dope.
Like, it just like my boy Louie, right? I've recorded with him and at his studio with our homeboy Cots, Studio 502. And he'll just like come in, he'll be like, yo, how'd you come up with?
And we'll be right back. So check it out, man. Once again, we appreciate y'all. We're going overtime tonight because we're having good conversation. And he's here for it. So we're talking about everything. But again, this Monday coming up, don't forget DJ M Rock and CM are going to be here from Spit Slam Records. And then Dex from Ghetto Fresh Clothing will be here Thursday at the same time. And he's back. And we're back.
Yo, peace, my bad, bro.
We're good, bro. We're live.
Yo,
that's the thing I love about this. For you, it's 12:30.
Is it 12? No, it isn't. Really?
It's 10:30 my time, fam.
10:30? No way. I still got time.
No, like we can rap. No, you gotta like, tell me, fam.
I know there's like a couple more things that you wanted to talk about.
Well, I mean, let's do this, man. Like, you know, the what I wanted to do was definitely mention, you know, I know we've talked about, you know, the music that you made and everything, but I'm going to ask you the hard question too, because you asked me a hard question. And like when you even mentioned the song Fall, right? And you've talked about, you know, substance abuse early on, and you know, having to resort to, you know, serving and to not be a quote unquote dope boy. It was to actually survive, and it was out of survival, right?
Yeah.
And you brought yourself through that, and you're a changed man. But you know, what part of that experience and journey are you able to share to help people that might be in that situation, or like you go back to your 20-year-old self, your 14-year-old self, the ages that where you were struggling and facing adversity, and you were, you know, at the crossroads, right? What would you go back and tell that version of you?
I mean, it's gonna sound weird if I say this, but it's like if I went back, I know I wouldn't listen to myself. If I went back now, having the knowledge and everything that I've gone through, I know for a fact if I talk to my 14-year-old self, he's not gonna listen. If
Hmm.
I go back to 20, he's not gonna listen. But I also tell people you can't be ashamed. And I've never been ashamed. Like I've had certain friends in my past, certain like even family members that they frowned upon certain choices that I made. And the choices that I made, it wasn't like it was, anything like I would say that would compare to like murder or anything really seriously horrible. But at the same time, it's like what you want your kid to be is, happy, healthy, smart,
Yeah.
book smart, street smart, anything. To have a
Yeah.
talent, to be mad. So it's like for me,
Confident.
confident, right? So it's like, my mother, and this is the thing that I want people to understand is that when I speak about my mother never did anything wrong to me ever in my life. Like that woman sacrificed so many things to support three kids. And I was the shithead who decided to basically not think straight, be full of piss and vinegar, and not see all the things that were truly important. Now, should I have been, hustling to feed an addiction and to also feed the lifestyle that I wanted? Absolutely not. Did it break my mother's heart? Of course. But I can't go back and change anything, unfortunately, as much as I would like to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, all those trials and tribulations put me in the positions that I'm in today. I'm a focused man. I'm a well spoken man. I beat on myself just like everybody else does. I'm only human. I love hip hop. I love rap. I love art. I'll never stop doing it, whether it makes me $1 or 1 million or 1 trillion. Money
Yeah.
comes, of course, it's great. But at the same time, I'm a hard worker. And if I didn't have this, I wouldn't be alive. Plain and simple. I would have gave out, checked out a long time ago. There
That
was
part.
2 times that I checked out, and I don't want to sound cliche, but it's like I do believe in God. I do have faith, and when I was 22, I finally just told myself, I was like, all right. I was like, yo, God, you're not gonna let me exile myself. So why am I here?
Hmm.
And I just kept progressing. I was like, okay, I can't ask for things. I gotta start being like, all right, guide me in any way you can. I don't care if it's a smell. I don't care if it's an idea. Something. And when I started doing that, everything started to make sense. And I was like, okay, this is the direction I need to be going in. Because I can't keep dwelling on the past because the only thing that we cherish in life and we don't get back is time.
Correct.
What do they do when you get arrested?
Take away your time.
Right. What's the one thing that you always want to get back with your kids?
Time.
Time. So when I put that into perspective, I'm like, I can't get time. And the other thing that I look at too is music is the only thing a man has to immortality. Your voice can never die.
Mm.
So with this time on earth, I just want to make the greatest music, videos, artwork that I can. And all I care about is that I have respect amongst my peers.
Yeah.
And I'm not at the end goal.
Yeah.
The end goal is never gonna stop. I have plans. That's the other thing too. I have such horrible ACOD. Everything that is on my hard drives, that is on my computers, everything is organized. And when I mean organized, I mean from vocals, artwork, videos, stems, countless things of different raw music material. Even if the recording's bad, I save everything.
I have that sickness as well.
Like, right? It's like it's like why do I care so much that this
Yeah.
is all organized? I can just throw it all in here and it's saved.
Yeah.
But it's to like there's literally on my hard drive. There's one specific folder called the Vault, and you have to type in the password to get in it. Now, the only thing I will say to the audience is that the Vault has literally things that not one single person on this earth has heard.
Dope.
And I keep it that way because these are specific things that I want to keep until there is that time where I'm no longer here.
Yeah.
Flood the gates. I have, friends written down that get certain material, and I have them release it. That's like with my boy Brendan, right?
Yeah.
He's one of my best friends, but he's like my brother. I purposely gave him points on Armageddon because he helped the idea of the record.
Dope.
So every time I get money off of that, he gets money as well. But he's like, I didn't do nothing. I'm like, yeah, you did. You helped me with the idea. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Because I'm a very big person where you got to give credit to everybody. Because I'll even look at like certain booklets and shit. The producers' credits aren't in there. The artwork credits aren't in there. The scratches mixes aren't in there. Like, the person just cares about just them and just the music. You're not giving credit and putting together and telling people, yo, it took these amount of people.
Yeah.
I've never been ashamed of that.
Yeah. Hey man, that's dope. I'm gonna ask you the question though, like what you said you would go back to your 14-year-old self, 20-year-old self wouldn't listen. How would you make them listen though?
I'd have to go back to that point in my life where I can understand them.
Yeah.
So I'd say, well, if I went back to when I was 14, it depends where I was, but if I was where, let's say, the second apartment that we were at,
Mm-hmm.
I probably would just sit in the room. I was like, yo, let's listen to Eric B. Rakim. So like, just I guess like try to like kind of not give away that it's me, even though I know that it's gonna know it's me,
Uh-huh.
because I don't want myself to answer questions. How'd you get this? Yo, what are you doing now? Like, I don't want myself to ask myself too many questions.
Got you.
I kind of want to give the Everything's gonna work out.
Yeah,
You can't change anything, but it does work out.
that's dope. Hell yeah.
Like I don't know, I've thought about that before, and it's just like I think it's a lot easier if you just go back to having that understanding, whether it's dark or it's positive. And it's like kind of just be like, if you're really happy with how everything went, even though you went through a lot of horrible shit to get there,
Yeah.
just tell your younger self. And then, like, I probably my 20-year-old self, I probably changed certain nights that I wish I could remember, and I could go back to and be like, okay, that makes sense now. All right, I did that. That makes it like there was
Yeah.
so statute of limitation. I'll give you one scenario, right? There was I ended up with a golf cart. I ended up with a gas powered golf cart.
That in itself is a hell of an opener for a story. Like, I ended up with a golf cart one night. That's some funny shit. I want to hear this.
Well, see, the problem with that story though is how I ended up with the golf cart didn't make sense to me right away because I was with an associate of mine, and we went to this storage container, and we took a crowbar, statute of limitation. And me and this person, we would jump from the top of the shipping container onto the crowbar to break this lock. Now you gotta
Gotcha.
remember, you're hitting and then hitting the floor. It's kind of like a Beavis and Butthead episode. Two idiots falling and hitting the floor. After I think like an hour, get it open. There's no keys. So I'm like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? And the person I was with had the idea. We had the little like the army switch
Uh-huh.
blades, the small ones.
Yeah.
Put it in there and started it because all you had to do was just turn it. We drove that bitch through the woods, all over the place, and then back to my house. Now, when I say I woke up with it, the reason I say I woke up with it was because during that whole process, I didn't remember that. I was told this of what happened. So it gets to the point where I'm not going to school and I'm just kind of dropping people off in this golf cart. Like, just pull it up. Like, just, yeah, all right. And then just go home. And now you got to remember, I'm at a public high school where there's security, there's cops, there's people all over the place. Nobody said nothing. Like, that is insane.
Wow, shit. Yep.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, when you're a dumbass teenager,
Yep.
you do a lot of dumbass shit. Like
Yep.
so there's one that I will tell you. So when I was young, I was like 23, 24, and this is my third apartment that I had, and I was kicking it with this girl, and you know she's feeding my addiction, but she's staying with me for a minute. So I usually tell people it goes like this. I was messing around with this girl. She told me she was on a pill. I didn't know she meant a Xanax.
Oh, shit.
And I've told that joke to a lot of people. And I remember specifically, Apathy told me, he was like, that is the funniest way to open up if you do a joke.
Yeah.
The other thing that Apathy think is funny is I almost punched Keith Murray in the face.
Oh, shit.
Keith Murray, I love Keith Murray, right? But
Yeah,
Keith Murray, he did an ultimate
you have him
disrespect.
listed as one of your like guys that you looked up to and listened to. Yeah. So all right, tell me this. What happened?
So I'm at this spot where I'm performing.
Yeah.
I get on stage and I'm rapping, and Keith Murray gets on stage because he's there.
Yeah.
And he's like, bobbed his head, he's feeling my shit. And then he goes to grab the mic from me.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? And he was just like, yo, I want to kick something. I'm like, bro, this is my set. I didn't. You gotta remember, I'm completely checking out. I'm not looking at it as Keith Murray. I'm looking at, yo, you're disrespected by taking my set.
Yeah.
So he's drunk. He finally gets off the stage. I get to perform and shit. And then I'm trying to talk to him afterwards, and he's not having it, whatever, whatever. And I told this story to Apathy, and he's like, yo, you know what you should have did? He's like, this is no disrespect, but you should have punched Keith Murray in the face. I was like, what would that have done? He was like, you would have been known as the guy that punched Keith Murray in the face. I was like, yo, I don't want to be known as that, though. But then when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like, it would make headline, but I don't want to punch Keith Murray.
Yeah. World star, you know what I mean?
Right? It's just like, nah, I'm not trying to beat up Keith Murray.
Right. Yo, and that's one of the things, like sometimes it sucks to meet your idols or the people that you look up to because everybody has a bad day and you might be catching them on a bad day or a bad month or year or a bad portion of their life, you know? But I feel you about that. All right, so go ahead. No, go ahead, finish.
Oh no, what I was saying is like, yeah, like I love Keith Murray. There's no ill will toward Keith Murray, but it was like, it was kind of fun. Actually, Lou will vouch this too. And again, Mr. Cheeks, that's my homeboy. I love Mr. Cheeks.
Love Mr. Cheeks. Got to do some street team work and meet him when he came through Cincinnati when this is before Freaky had passed away. This was on their first album and stuff like that. Okay. I got to find a Polaroid with me and them somewhere. It's somewhere around here. But yeah,
that's dope.
I love that. He's a dope ass person. Yeah.
So when Lou was shooting his music video for Out of My Mind, Lou Chin Chen, AG was there and Mr. Cheeks. So it was a pool hall, and it was one of my homeboys, Dave. I got him to loan it to us for the day so we could shoot there. So Mr. AG gets there, Mr. Cheeks gets there, and we're shooting. And then Mr. Cheeks is at the bar. This guy's drinking. He's taking shots. He's just chilling. So there was this girl that I knew that was chilling there, and she was a little messed up. And he's talking with her and this, that, the third, and I just let him know. I was like, yo, she's like a friend of mine. Like, no joke. Like, just don't take advantage of her. So he's like, what are we on, some high school shit? You're trying to sun me. So I'm like, yo, nobody said I'm trying to sun you. I'm just telling you don't touch my fucking friend. That's all it is.
Right.
And again, I love Mr. Cheeks, but it was just like, I'm going to stick up for my friends. I don't care who it is. And Mr. Cheek is, bro, Lost Boys, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is one of my idols. So him and I, like, don't see eye to eye. We're kind of separated. And it's crazy what weed can do. So I roll a blunt. He rolls one. We go outside. Mr. Cheeks is standing to my left. I'm right here. We're both smoking. We're not saying anything. And then I'm going to call him a cornball because he walked by and he looks at both of us. And he's like, yo, can I get a hit from one of your blunts? And me and Mr. Cheeks look at each other and we just start laughing. We told him to get the fuck out. We're bullying him now just because he's being a cornball. And then he gave me a pound. He was like, I get what you were saying. Like, you didn't have to come at me. Like, so I was like, all right, like, I get it. But, but that's why I love Mr. Cheeks because he's just real. He actually, that day, he came back from Atlantic City because he was doing a show in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
So he's been partying for like 48 hours.
He was on one.
Yeah, but again, he respects me as a person. He respects me as an MC as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's the highest badge of honor you can have. Same thing with, like, I don't know if Jack can see, but I have demigods tattooed here.
Oh shit!
I have the Weatherman logo tattooed right here.
Yeah.
So this is something that I personally was doing. Every time I work with somebody that I look up to, I kind of just get. Because I've worked with Celph and Apps, it's demigods. I've worked with Cage and Copywrite, it's pretty much weathermen.
Yeah.
It's like badges of honor. It's just
You earned that.
Yeah, it's part of my story, and it's like
I
every
got
time
kidney
look,
cancer, and I came up with that logo, like for that ribbon. Now I can't, like,
no, look,
I don't know how the hell, but yeah.
yeah, it's
Anyway,
hard to like do the angle.
uh,
But yeah, it's like even all right. This is the other thing when I was saying mental health, right?
yeah,
So maybe this could help somebody else too. So my therapist would tell me, he'd be like, Sam, what do you see when you wake up? I said the ceiling. It says ha ha ha. No, seriously, what do you see like when you wake up? What's on your wall? Nothing. So he put in my head when I was like 15, do you have shows that you've been to? Do you have artwork you've made? Yeah, of course. So put them on your wall. Put them on your wall, and that way when you wake up, you'll see something that you did. It'll make you a little bit happy. I didn't really do it probably for like 4 months or 5 months. I was like, all right, you know, whatever. I do that still to this day. So everything that's in my dungeon right now, my owl's den, I kind of call it. I got a poster from Gramercy Theater with the original ticket still in the poster,
hell yeah.
and that's from 2011. I also have, I mean, right there. I don't know if anybody can see it, but right there, that's a 1 million stream Spotify plaque when I was featured on the Tour Lords album with Apathy and Celph.
Oh wow. I'm gonna go. Let's see if I can go solo. Hold on 1 second. Why is this not letting me do that? Hold on. I got it like this. All right, this will make everything. All right, so there you go. You got the 1 million stream plaque in the background. We can see you now.
Yeah, so it's right there if you can see that.
That's dope. Yeah,
Now I'm gonna also tell this to certain people. So with plaques like that, you don't get that for free.
I got you. Yeah.
That's what. No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying to the audience because some people have this misconception that when you hit a certain amount of streams or you hit a certain amount of views, that like these platforms have to give you plaques. You have the option, but you still have to pay for it.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's like I also have like a painting that I had done that's like hanging right over here. I got another one of like MF Doom. Um, I actually have Dead Language Lyricism, the first one that I did before I changed the cover. I had Copy sign it. Like
Damn.
I'm always putting things that inspire me. I have 8 so far of the original flyers of all the shows that I've done.
Wow.
It's like when you wake up and you see all that, it's like okay, like what's the next step? Like what else do I want? Like I have even this small little thing. I did a show in Boston, and I was at this hotel, and the front uh, manager woman or the front desk lady, she found out that I was a rapper, even though she like doesn't know, like she knows what it is, but she doesn't like see it as anything really.
Mm-hmm.
She put on my door, and I still have it. It says "Talent at Rest," and I was like, "Yo, that's dope." So I just took it. So it's like it's little things like that.
Yeah, man. That you know what? That's something that helps me. Like what I've been trying to practice as of this year, and as of late, is instead of waking up with because forever it was always waking up and the very first thing that went through my mind was fuck, right? And now it's waking up with gratitude and stuff because therapists have told me that shit like for years and years and years and years, and I had, a really good friend of mine that is, and has led me spiritually throughout this journey, and he kept saying it to me too, and I was just like, all right, I'm gonna start. Actually, all right, damn it, I'm gonna try it, and I'm quite just 100%. It works. It works, even when you don't want to, and you want to have a bet. Like, just find something to be grateful, thankful about, or something that, like you said, that you look at that reminds you and lets you have it gratitude, right?
It's
Yeah.
like every accomplishment, doesn't have to be seen by millions.
No.
Like it's even like with certain people when they ask me to like, how'd you grow your audience? How'd you gain all this like popularity? I guess right. I don't care for popularity, but the one thing I will say is that I always stay consistent,
Hmm.
and you gotta keep going at it, regardless if you're gonna get, you know, the wins and the losses.
Right.
And the thing that I think certain people get lost is they think if you like now it's who's ever the most popular, not whoever's the most skilled.
Yep.
It's not who's like the best influence. So I'm just always being me. It's like I don't post on Instagram that much because I'm like that's just for photos.
Yeah.
That's not for reels and me doing dances and all that. Same thing with TikTok. I don't use TikTok to do trends. I just do it because, App's got a radio station, you got a radio station, my homeboy's got a radio. So I'm always trying to keep in touch and making sure that I'm locked into everybody else that's doing something.
Yeah.
So, and plus the number one rule, I don't ever bring people to my house, but those select people that I do, my rule is either be creative or get out.
Hell yeah. I like that. I don't
I
bring
don't,
people inside my house either. I don't like people
yeah,
into my house. Like,
it's
yeah.
like, because the way I look at it is like, I got a lot of friends who like, they can, like even my boy Peter, he can play the cello, which is crazy.
That's
He's
sick.
been booked for shows. Like this was a while ago, but he used to get booked for shows and do like certain like opera shows and shit.
Yeah.
So if I know you have that, even if you draw, paint, anything, film, photography, work on something when you're here.
Yeah.
Because if everybody's working on something, it makes me feel better. It's like, yo, you're actually doing something that nobody else has the eye and the skill for. Everybody can be a photographer. Everybody can do this, but that's what makes you unique. It's your vision. Nobody else has your vision.
Yeah.
Always take advantage of that.
Yep. I always quote it. I quote it at least once every podcast or show. It's one of my favorite songs is an old school funk song by a band called Slave, led by Steve Arrington, and it's "Nobody Can Be You But You." And that's that you got to be you and got to be comfortable in your own skin because you being you, no one else can do it, and that is when your art will go through. So you have to be vulnerable. I mean, it's uncomfortable sometimes to, you might think you're a cornball or someone like, but fuck it, who cares? Like, be you, because somebody out there is going to rock with you. It might take a while for them to find you, but they're going to rock with you.
Yeah. And you can't really be in hip hop, you can't really be in rap unless you have like tough skin, right?
Yeah.
So it's like people like you and I, we know people just have opinions. So once you accept that people have opinions,
Yep.
life just gets a lot easier. Not everybody's gonna like your shit.
Nope.
Not everybody's gonna want to support you. 9 times out of 10, the people who support you are people who don't even fucking know you.
That part.
Like not for nothing. I got so many friends and shit. Yeah, they support me by listening and like they congratulate me on my goals and shit. But that's not support.
Yeah.
And again, it's okay with me. I don't expect them to play that to every single person because it gets annoying.
Yeah.
But the person who will ride for you the most will always be somebody that you personally they feel like they can relate to you. They're loving how you're doing something. Maybe you inspire them to make music. I've had certain kids who've told me like, "Yo, like your music got me through this. Like, I want to be a rapper and this that." And like, I could give you the information, but the one thing I always tell every single person, I am not somebody to look up to. I'm an example, but I'm not somebody you should look up to.
Yep. I feel that.
And it's like it fucks with their head because they're like, "How could you say that?" And it's like, well, if I was somebody else and I was looking at me,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be that guy. Like, yeah, yes, I love doing what I do. It's because I literally am in love and I love doing what I do. But at the same time, I don't like a lot of choices that I've made, regardless of where it got me. So I wouldn't want somebody else to do that
Right.
because we're all human. We're not invincible. just because I can do it doesn't mean this person can do it.
Right.
So I remember like this. Actually, I'll tell you another funny story. I was with one of my homeboys. This is a while ago. We're in the subway. So this kid comes up to me. And I swear to God, I just worked like at least 16, 17 hours already. He goes, yo, you look like somebody who has done a lot of drugs, been to jail, like all this fucked up shit. He's like, yo, I'm on probation. What can I take that won't show up on a drug test? I'm looking at this guy. I can't believe what he just said.
Yeah,
like, I could not believe.
That's wild.
My boy's laughing hysterically. So I look at him and I'm like, go to school, don't do drugs. I'm like, and you really shouldn't just walk up to people and ask that because that's the kind of shit that'll get you fucked up. I'm like, you 17, right? He's like, yeah, I'm 17. I'm like, okay, because if you were 18,
yeah,
somebody will punch you upside your face for just asking those questions. And I remember I wrote that on Facebook. I don't know why, but every single person was like, I hope you didn't tell him to do drugs. And I started thinking, I'm like, yo, why would I tell this kid to like, dude, I'm not that much of an asshole. Like, I could have been that asshole, being, fuck you, I don't care. But, I'm going to be that guy that's going to give you a break. Like, yo, just don't ask those questions. Just don't do that. Because again, you're never going to understand it until you see somebody else you care about and they're doing it.
Yep.
Like, this is the other thing that was crazy, right? I started doing drugs at 14, right?
Yeah.
I didn't stop until technically I relapsed in 2021. So 2021 was the last time.
Gotcha.
And the only reason that was the last time, this is what I want people to understand. We're all human. Everybody has their breaking points.
Yeah.
At that point in my life, I had that breaking point. Now, again, I'm not proud of things that's why I say that part. I'm not proud of things that I've done. So when I say an example, you can take the good things that have happened, but you got to be willing to accept that these things happened and this is where I ended up.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was one kid who he literally told me he did drugs because I did drugs.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, that sucks.
That does. That has to.
And you know what's even more fucked up? If I was like 20, 21, if a kid would have told me that at that point,
you'd have partied with him.
I would have partied
I already
with him,
know.
or I would have
be like, here, take this shit right here.
Yeah, and to think
I know, and it's like I don't want my kids saying that to me, right? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh.
So it makes you feel like it's like, damn, I fucked up.
But here's the thing, though. You had an opportunity to realize and put that message out there and, correct, and you're course correcting and you're doing good. And look, what if you go through all of these things and these experiences in your life and you don't share the wisdom and you don't share the difficult, you don't share the shit, you know what I mean? And all you do is put the shine on it. You don't shine shit. You let the shit stink and let people know this fucking stinks, right? So don't step in this shit. Right?
But at the same time too, it's just like, I don't know. It's when you hear that from somebody younger.
Yeah.
It's like, shit, man. Like,
yeah.
Because that's when I also understand where certain people are like, your words mean something.
Yeah.
Like that's you don't realize how, because again, look at people I idolize. Cage was doing Angel Dust. I did Angel Dust. He was going through, all different types of mental episodes. I had that at one point myself. So it's like when somebody's telling me that, I'm thinking about, okay, when I idolized this person, if I had met them at that point, would I have said that? Would I have gone up to Cage and be like, yo, I'm about to do some angel dust. You want this? Like,
Yeah.
that's gotta fuck you all the way up.
But again, it's you have the opportunity and the wisdom now, right? To share a message. And if you help one person, you did your job.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that one person can be yourself.
Correct.
So like if you have that thought where you want to fall back, relapse, whatever, right? Use those as a anchor, like, nah.
Well, that was also the other thing too, is that I've also been blessed to have people in my life where it's like, when you have certain people that understand you, it makes life a lot easier.
Yeah.
And then it's like with Awful P. I'll send you a lot of his music too. Like
Please.
P and I, he had the voice, he had the cadence, he had the talent. Like he was just everything and anything you wanted to be as an MC. And he was the nicest guy in the world. And I remember the first time I had relapsed, he stayed on the phone with me all day. And when I mean all day, I literally mean all day, from like 9 o'clock in the morning till like 5 o'clock the next morning. He would make me charge my phone, stay on the phone with, like, he was that type of person. And we would talk all the time just about, not even just rap, just like what's going on. And there was like points in times where he would like piss me off, where he'd be like, and I'll never forget it. Like, so the lads, I was like the silent fifth member because I was doing artwork and like I knew all of them. So he's like, and the way P said, he's like, you know what, Jim, you a pretty boy. And I don't like that word. So I'm like, yo, I'm not a
Yeah.
pretty boy. Like, fuck out of here with it. He's like, no, you don't understand, man. Like, you could be here. And the way that he's trying to tell me, he's like you can stay here, but you can be more than just being right here. And like I didn't understand it at that point because I thought he was just like being funny with me.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, I like getting a haircut. Yeah, I got tattoos. Yeah, whatever. Like, I know I'm not, a hideous fucking shut over here, but at the same time, when you call another man a pretty boy,
That's
that's like some
some
Backstreet Boy
disrespect.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but with P, that's why from Mics to Men, that only came about because, and I told P when he was alive, I'm like, yo, you did a real asshole verse, and you did a real asshole hook, because that record wouldn't be what it is without P. And that's like one of my, like, that's my fans' favorite record. Like, it's from Mics to Men. It's not just
Yeah.
how the record is, but it's also the title.
Yeah.
So that's produced by D-Lo Beats, and he's one of my homies out in Rome, Italy.
Salute.
Yeah, so shout out to D-Lo. So he also did Alpha Action. He produced Alpha Action, but that specific song, him and I worked on together, from the beat to the idea to everything.
Yeah.
So that song meant more to me because I've always wanted to do a song where it was it gave you that Mobb Deep Shook ones, but it wasn't an imitation.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear the horns, it gives you kind of like that little bit of Wu-Tang, but when you hear that gas going on in the record, it's like, oh, yo, this is about to be some storytelling shit. And P just sets it off right then and there. That is one of those records I'm ultimately proud of. Like, if you had to dig up my catalog and if I gave you like three, that would be one of the three.
Dope. Mike's a myth. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, I had the record done and I didn't put it out for a month because I couldn't come up with a title. So, oh man, where was I at that point? I was at my one apartment, and I couldn't go to sleep. So I rolled a blunt. I started walking around the neighborhood, and I'm just listening to songs, just drowning out, trying to overthink. And then I started to lay down. I'm starting to go to sleep. And then out of nowhere, I have a book of Mice and Men. I just saw the title, and I was like, it'd be pretty dope if there was like a hip hop like book that was called From Mics to Men, like a biography.
Yeah.
And like when you have an idea and you start going to sleep, and you're gonna forget it.
Yep.
I sprung up. I swear to God, I sprung up in action. I got up. I go to run into my living room to go write it down. And because I didn't have like the lights on and take my phone, I smashed my head.
Oh.
But I still took a pad and pen and I wrote it down. But I wrote it down as if like it was a mental patient because it was just really big for no reason.
You were wrong. You had your bell rung.
I was like, yeah, bro. I was just so excited because I was like, yo, that's a dope title. So I woke up the next day and I'm looking at it and I'm just like, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna put it out. And the only responses I would get, they're like, yo, this record's incredible. But how'd you come up with the name? I'm like, that's what y'all focused on was the name? I'm like, I think the record speaks for itself. But again, you want your titles to be just as strong as a song.
Yeah, it's the hook.
That's like with Next Level. Next Level, the only reason I called it that was because everybody's verses is on some next level shit. And you have those that just speak to you, and then you have those that you're like, I'm not putting this out till I have the title.
Yeah,
That's the thing that's most frustrating.
I got you. Hey, well, yo, we got one last question and then we're gonna wrap it because I know you got to go to bed and all of that stuff. So, as we and I hope because we could go. I got plenty more, but I hope you come back. I hope
Oh
you're always.
yeah, bro,
I
come
hope you
on.
fucking always come
I'll be
back.
back.
All right, dope. Because we've got more to talk about. But
Next time I have a way better setup, I promise.
oh, we're good, bro. We are goody. Look, we're good, man. But here's the one thing: when people study the full Jem Alexander story years from now, what do you want them to understand about the distance between being overlooked and building your own fucking empire, being your own self-made man?
Damn. I mean, one of the things that stands out is just want everyone to understand my lyrics first. I do this because I love to write. And as far as my legacy, it's just respect to those that I look up to, respect to those I've inspired, and just to always be honest with myself. And no matter what, I always have these different avenues that can always feed a thought, even if it's a negative. If you're gonna go after anything, doesn't even have to be music. If you're a mechanic, if you're a father, just be the best that you could possibly be. Never have try in your vocabulary because then you're only just setting up yourself to when you say that it's okay. It's not okay because you know you can do it. Don't ever give yourself limitation because there's no such thing as limitation if you do it your way. And if you ever think about giving up on something, always think about why you got involved in the first place.
Mm,
Because if you do that, you might not capture that same feeling you had when you first got into it,
mhm.
but it will continuously give you the feeling of how it feels now to look where you are.
Yeah,
And take everything seriously. So with if you're a musician, make sure you have your stuff copyrighted. Make sure that you're always working hard and don't slack. Family and God always come first. And don't forget there are people that root for you and that are proud of you, even if it's not somebody that you're close with. There's always going to be somebody that you will inspire because that's the beautiful thing about artwork too. Everything and anything can inspire you,
hell
whether it's
yeah.
hearing a record, whether it's looking at a photo, whether it's putting in an engine into a car, whether it's life, whether it's a trip. So for my legacy, I'm going to continue to give everybody the best music possible, and I just hope that I'm just remembered as a top tier lyricist and just a dope human being.
That you are, my friend. That you are. So, like, I gotta say, yo, Jim Alexander, fucking amazing, amazing time. I thank you so much for this time, for the opportunity to speak not only music but life with you, because definitely you can hear it in your music. You can hear it just by even all of the things that you do. And I know you've got so much more in the books that, you know, we've got to talk about. Tell everybody about where they can follow you, how they can keep up to date with everything that you've got going on and what's coming up and what should they be looking out for next.
So, I mean, Instagram, Gem_Alexander, YouTube, Gem Alexander TV, Facebook, Gem Alexander, my music page, Gem Alexander. I have my solo album coming out called Pressure Makes Diamonds, that's what Armageddon, that's the lead single off the album. Same thing with the snippet that we played with Copyright Dead Language Lyricism that will also be on Pressure Makes Diamonds. I'm going to push to have that out on my birthday, which is November 9th. But I'm going to do pre-orders, so you'll have it 4 or 5 days before the album comes out. I'm also thinking about putting out vinyl of Armageddon, and I'm going to do a giveaway where I can have any fan, if they follow the rules, you'll be able to get a free vinyl with signed copies by myself, Apathy, and everybody involved in the record.
Damn. Follow the
So you'll
rules.
be able to have something that is literally one of one. Because I feel as if, you know, if it wasn't for fans, I wouldn't be here. And I am absolutely proud of all the music that I'm going to be putting out that I want to give back to everybody. I'm also doing, you know, my clothing brand again. So I'll be doing prizes and giveaways with that as well. I'm also working on, like I said, the Faded Kings documentary, The Kings in Black. That Stevie and I will have done relatively soon. We're still trying to see if we want to release it as episodes first or if it's entirety. So we'll figure that out. I also have another group project, Instrumental Patience, that I'll be dropping soon as well. Uh, what else do I have that's coming out? This is what I'm saying. I have so many different things that I've been working on. I'm also working on a book. That's basically is literally everything and anything from the time I was born up until now. It's going to be called The Immortal Gem, and it's going to have a lot of stories and things that I have not spoken about ever to the public. Only close family, friends, and everybody else knows it. So I'll be having that at some point. I want that as well. I also have been in talk with one of my homeboys that he wants to do a short film. So we might be working into that. I got to see what it fits into the schedule. But yeah, I'm gonna come back on to this show, hopefully very soon, and then you and I can just get into a whole bunch of different conversations, different topics. Because I will
Absolutely.
tell you this too, you my brother because you also got me not to smoke for 3 hours. We've been having such a good conversation. I have not thought about smoking a cigarette one time.
It's 4 hours, sir, not 3.
Okay, 4 hours is even better.
Well, look, man. Hey, I gotta say again, thank you again, man. And everybody, make sure that you follow, you support, and whenever you have a date, you just say it, and it's the date's open and it's yours. So, like, for real, like I don't give a shit if it's on a Saturday afternoon. Like, as long as my kids and wifey say it's like we don't got shit going on, then that's what we finna do. So,
Bro, let me know.
mad
Like
love,
I said,
man.
I'm always available. You and me
I am
locked in.
too.
Yo, shout out to
Gorilla Strong
Gorilla
for the
Strong
link.
for putting this together.
Yes, man. Well, hey, yo, from our city to your world, we are City World. Shout out to City World Media Group. Much love. So again, I always say this as we go. Keep pushing, keep persevering, and stay in the present, not in the past. Don't let it kick your ass. Just learn from it and don't trip on the future, because I've died twice and that shit that I was worrying about didn't mean a fucking thing and didn't even matter, right? As I rode the lightning back like Thor, all I cared about was one thing and one thing only, my family. And like, oops, like we better take care of this shit. So look, stay here in the present. That's all you've got right now. Because as we talked about it earlier, all you have is time, and this time right now. So don't fucking waste it. Much love. We are B-Boys Underground. We will see you Monday. Peace.
Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, share, follow. From my city to your world. We are City World.